Ahoy and welcome aboard. I am Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast, episode 101. We're kind of doing a hodgepodge, so it might just be dealer's choice. Drop in the Discord if there's something you want me to cover. We'll take a look at it. But we're just going to be talking. We're going to be chopping it up about Marvel Rivals. This is a fascinating case. This could be the turning of the tide, my friends. Marvel Rivals, really fascinating videos we have to go over on this. Moreover, we have Mufasa drama. Oh, Disney. Oh, Disney. They're using their massive deep pockets to suppress Sonic the Hedgehog 3's meteoric rise. It's disgusting, really. What else have we got? You know, someone once said in the comments that it was super cringe when I attempted an English accent. And, you know, my reply to that is I'm not attempting an English accent. I'm just doing weird shit. You know, that's all. That's all. Don't take offense. Look, if I wanted to do an English accent, I would do it. So don't even doubt it. And then we have the total defeat and collapse of wokeness in Hollywood in 2024. I mean, yes, it lives on. My point is, as a viable industry, it's on the way out, folks. And we have an excellent video on that. We have Grizzly Shills are defending Mufasa. We will hear their case. But, you know, honestly, one of the greatest Christmas gifts I received this year, aside from you, my dear sailors and starnauts, and your absolute constant participation in this channel and your very generous super chats and rumble rants. Thank you very much indeed. Aside from that, probably the greatest Christmas gift I've received this year is Kraven the Hunter. This movie. It's so... I don't think I've ever enjoyed seeing the box office failure of a movie more than Kraven the Hunter. 3 times, folks. 4 if you count the second Morbius release. 3 times. 3 times. I'm doing pretty good for feeling under the weather. It's probably because I've consumed a rather large quantity of drugs. My dear, that is a very small drop in a very large bucket of drugs. I got to tell you, you know, the Fallout show is the greatest. I'm probably spoiling a little bit my next episode, but it is my greatest disappointment of 2024. It's the Fallout show. Because I am just such a giant fan of the Fallout series of video games. And that show had some elements of it were excellent, trending toward brilliant. And it just was so pathetically, badly written. It wasn't like particularly woke or anything either. It was just so stupidly written, and it was so caught up in the Red Scare Fallout lore that it failed to actually tell an interesting post-apocalyptic story. It failed to tell an original story. But I bring it up because I just think of the Walton Goggins, he's just such a fantastic actor, but his character of the Ghoul was just so good in that show, despite being a sort of pointless character. He was, that line is fantastic. That is a very small drop in a very large bucket of drugs. Now, we have Fu Man Blue in the chat. Hail, Fu Man Blue! Good to see you. And I made sure I got the Rumble stream up just for you. I was running so late that I just was like, I don't know if I could do the Rumble stream. Whatever. We'll do it anyway. Universal is in the chat. Says, ahoy. Ahoy, Universal. Welcome aboard. Assume your post, sir. Tom is in the chat. Tom, assume your post lurking, sir. That's all you... Just lurk, Tom. It's all right. I'm just kidding. How are you, Tom? Universal says, more than one bomb this year. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's been a tough year. It's been a very tough year. For movies, for video games have taken an absolute bath this year. You got Conquered, Star Wars Outlaws. You had the whole controversy with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I mean, Dustborn. These woke gaming has gotten absolutely bitch slapped, just bitch slapped this year. It's fantastic. Universal says 2024 box office is below last year's. Well, you get what you deserve, don't you, Hollywood? Well, listen. If you hate your audience, you don't belong. Now, the irony of it is, the art just flat out attracts narcissistic people. It just does. Because if you're someone who wants attention, validation, and dare I say, affirmation, you naturally are going to be drawn to a type of profession where you acquire fame and popularity and things like that. So, of course, being an actor or a musician or a writer or director attracts people that, frankly, have a big ego, lots of opinions, and are very proud of themselves. And I can't identify with any of those things. I can't identify with any of that. But what I would say is one must strike a balance. One must strike a balance between pursuing the work and pursuing one's own vision as an artist. And what's fascinating is you have, I believe it's one of the creatives behind, God, it's escaping me right now, but one of the creatives behind one of the games, I think it's Witcher 4 or something, was found saying that they kind of dug in to their Twitter, their X profile, and found that they had all these tweets about how they wanted to punch gamers or something. I got to find the story, but basically it was basically a person who works at a game company in a high-ranking role, and they're saying, me and my wife like to punch gamers. In other words, they hate their customers. They hate them. That's a narcissist at work. That's an amateur, right? The professional, hey, listen, anyone who's an actor or a director has an ego. It's just flat out the case. They do. But the professional ones, I'm not even going to say the good or the bad ones. It's not even a question of good or bad. Some really narcissistic a-holes can be great talents. Frankly, see Alec Baldwin, for example. But Taika Waititi, anyone. But it is also possible to be a professional and to have a healthy relationship with your work such that you understand who butters your bread, and that is your customer. But personally, myself, I think the pursuit of art is about pleasing the audience. That to me is the ultimate goal. That's more important than even money to me. Now, I don't think you're making money if you're not pleasing the audience, so you can't really have one without the other, I think. There are exceptions, of course, but in our free market society, I just don't think you can have one without the other. So I guess what I'm getting at is, why wouldn't you want to please your audience? It's bizarre. I don't understand that at all. Redoubt Productions says, has the captain become comfortably numb by all the over-the-counter drugs to alleviate his ailment? I mean, I'm basically functioning like Joe Biden right now. Come on, man. Come on, man. Universal says he's in La La Land. I'm seeing some weird shit, man. Fu Man Blue says maybe. Starfury is in the chat, says, you changed the time, asshole. No, I didn't. Did I miss? What did I say? I said 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, which I believe is 7 p.m. London time. Hey, Siri, what time is it in London?
It's 6:13 p.m.
Fuck. God damn it. It's not my fault. How am I supposed to keep track of what time it is in London? Stop it, eh? This was, I said 7. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I'm more of a words guy. I'm not a math guy, okay? To keep track of these time zones, it's nearly impossible. The time was 6 p.m. That's what it's supposed to be. Star Fury with a very pleasant hello to everyone. Universal says, Fury, Mr. Asshole to you. No, don't. It's not Star Fury's fault. The captain's taking the hit on this one. It's my fault. I misquoted the time in the Discord. By the way, for London anyway, join the Discord. The link is in the description. London time is the world time. You know, that is a typically British sentiment that I've come to expect from you, Mr. Stoffier. Wonderful chat. Tom is chatting. Take advantage of this chat. This doesn't come around. This is like a once a year thing. Tom is chatting. He's even mixing it up a bit. I'm excited about this. Hey, just for fun, I saw this video. And I just no setup. Let's just enjoy this together, shall we? Mr. Producer, I'll need to share the screen. I've been okay. You're gonna laugh, chat. But I've been going down an Asmongold rabbit hole because I never followed Asmongold ever. But I've just stumbled across a few of his clips, and sometimes he's extremely funny. I love a dry wit. I find it hilarious. Okay, present. So this is one of you'll see. Make sure I get. Why does it default to that view? It's so annoying that it defaults to that view. Okay, here we go.
Savage again? What's this?
It's Tony being a savage again.
What's up, California? My name is Alex.
What's up, Amin?
I'm Oliver.
I'm Brian.
I'm Dylan. And together we are
gay as fuck. You guys are gay as fuck. Anyways, we've been making signage for more than 14 years. Any size can be customized with 3 years warranty. UNC. Turnover time is 20 days. Click the link in our bio for free quotes.
Tony's at it again. What's this?
Hello. Goodbye. Anyways, if you want to start a business on a budget, make sure you go to the Source Factory. Reliable quality.
Oh, man.
This is the biggest I've ever seen in real life, but this is fine. It's completely fine.
Yes, I know. Because we've been making signage for more than 14 years. Anyway.
And what's this? Daily dose of Tony.
So I got served today at the
Oh my god!
And
Sir, here's how to tell if your LED sign is cheap, sir. If the light burns out quickly, it might be using cheap LED, sir. In order to reduce the cost with the warranty list of well roasted.
I'm gonna be real. Like, I would assume somebody with facial hair is a sir. Like, I'm sorry. We gonna go back to basics here?
No tricks, no.
If you have facial hair, you're a fucking sir. Oh, that offends me. That's very offensive. Be offended. There's a new sheriff in town.
Guy again, yeah. Yeah, where Winsmate, yeah, he just goes and says it, man. Like, I would look at this person and say this person's a cross-dresser. Because, like, there are plenty of guys.
Anyway, I just think that's freaking hilarious. He's like, the guy's like, sir, sir, this is that. He calls him sir like 3 times. Hello, goodbye. Come on, chat. You gotta love that. That cracked me up. Hat tip Asmongold. Such a rabbit hole I've been going down with that guy. So I wanted to play. He had a video that was a really excellent video on Marvel Rivals, but it was like an hour and 14 minutes long, and it's like, I don't think I could do that for the whole stream, but we'll see. If my voice gives out, I may have to. Yeah, oh my god, Fu Man. Dude had a decent C-Rack. I mean, let me just put this as delicately as I can. This combination of the beard, the male, and the rack, just the creature that creates, I find intolerably displeasing to look at. I find it extremely unsettling, disturbing, and hideous. And everyone has every right to feel that way. Isn't it incredible that to say that is an act of political defiance? That's the problem. The problem that saying what is obvious, that's hideous and nobody wants to look at it, to say that is an act of political defiance in our society. Think about that. Think about that. Universal says, what the hell? I don't like, what is even that? Sir, that's the best part. He's like, no, one more time. Come on, Mr. Producer. No, Mr. Don't kill the tab yet, Mr. Producer. Here it is. One of these pronoun wackos, and he's all like, sir.
I would assume somebody with facial hair is a sir. Like, I'm sorry. We gonna go back to basics here?
No tricks, no
This
lies,
guy again,
just
yeah.
cost-effective.
Yeah, we're Wednesday. Yeah, he just
I didn't
goes
go
and
back
says
far
it, man.
enough.
Like, I would look at this person and say, this person's a cross-dresser. Because, like, there are plenty of guys that like wearing women. Somebody with facial hair is a sir.
God
Like,
dang it, why can't I find
Here's
it?
how to tell if your LED sign is cheap.
and what's this? Daily dose of Tony.
So I got served today at the pharmacy, and
Sir, here's how to tell if your LED sign is cheap, sir. If the light burns out quickly, it might be using cheap LED, sir. In order to reduce the cost with the warranty less than well-roasted.
I love how he's doing it. He's got a half Asian, half Southern accent. It's one of the most wonderful things ever. Sir, if the LED burns out, sir, you may have. I promise we're gonna talk about Marvel Rivals. I promise. I just had to get this off my chest. Okay. I know, Fu Man. Beards and boobs. You know, we live in a society where people are so desperate to just, you know, find a way to just feel good all the time that for those that are, let's just say, struggling with their identity. It's a way of finding an identity. It's a way of standing out. And I just think that it's just gone way too far. I think that, like, we've become a society of kind of edgelords, and it's not helpful. Talk about a butterface. Morbius of Terraformer. Oh, that's hilarious. Starfear wants a secret level review. I did watch Secret Level Starfear. I watched 3 episodes of it. I mean, here's what I will say. We'll dig into it. Well, I will do a segment on that soon, Starfear. Don't let me forget. All I will say is that there's not a heck of a lot to review on the show just because it's so short. Like, the episodes are like, they're not even like half an hour. They're like, one of them is like, it's like 20 minutes. They're kind of more like a short form. They're more like concepts than full stories. The Pac-Man one was pretty fascinating. The Pac-Man one was creepy and bizarre, but I also kind of wanted to see more. You know, that one frustrated me a little bit because I'm like, I like that this is Pac-Man, but I also don't get it, and it ended too soon. Anyway, we'll get into it. All right, this video was covered by Asmongold, and it is truly a phenomenal breakdown. So we have had an absolute surfeit of garbage woke video games that fail and fail and fail. What we've also had is, because of, you know, and if you're, oh, what does woke mean? You don't even know what that means. Far left radical wacko nonsense is what that means. And we have had entire industries focused on race and gender and sexual identity and all kinds of insane theoretical social experimentation cooked up by a bunch of lunatic professors in the halls of academia and in Hollywood and the media, which 99% of human beings don't give a shit about. And because that's where their focus has been, you have had an enormous amount of, frankly, untalented, unhappy, and really incompetent people flooding the entertainment industry, of course, Hollywood, but more specifically AAA gaming. And what it's resulted in is bad games that are buggy, they're obvious cash grabs, there's all kinds of microtransaction bullshit and fuckery. And We have seen massive Ubisoft has basically collapsed. Blizzard has basically collapsed. Well, here comes this little free Marvel game. And it does something that is very simple. Very, very simple. And it works every time it's tried. It's called delivering the promise of the premise. What does that mean? Well, the premise is the thing that we are interested in when we see a movie poster or a video game trailer. It's that feeling you get of like, ooh, this looks cool. And there's an expectation that comes with that. What is the expectation? Well, the expectation is that you're going to see the awesome thing that the trailer or poster or whatever is hinting at. It's the promise of the premise. For example, if I'm going to see a John Wick movie, I'm expecting to see lots of badass jujitsu, gun fu, martial arts. I'm expecting to see John Wick fighting against all odds. I'm expecting to see Death's very messenger with plenty of cool John Wick, Keanu Reeves lines. That's the promise of the premise. When you break the promise of the premise, you get things like Joker, Folie à deux. A second movie about a character study of a man who, the title of the film is Joker. First film and the second film. And the ending of the second film, spoiler for Joker Folie à deux, reveals he's not the Joker. That is breaking the promise of the premise. So allow me to show you how when you simply deliver what you promised the audience, the results can be quite astounding.
It's light, it's fun, it's flashy, it has some of the best character designs I have ever seen.
Hat tip legendary drops. I haven't seen much of this channel, but I subscribe.
In any Marvel property, period. And on top of that, it has a battle pass that doesn't expire. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you so much for this lesson that you are teaching to the industry because they need to learn it. And that's exactly what this game is doing right now, because this entire year we have heard the same line of garbage towed across the entire industry as to why live service games have been failing. It's not the character designs. The people who are talking about that are toxic. It's not that we don't understand what the players want. It's that there's too much competition in the industry right now. It's not the gameplay. It's because people just aren't, interested in hero shooters anymore. Really? Is that what it looks like to you? All of this back and forth while feigning ignorance, and we've had some incredible games this year. There's too much competition in the industry right now. It's not the gameplay. It's because people just aren't, interested in hero shooters anymore. Really?
So he just shows on the screen 332,645 concurrent players on Marvel Rivals. 24-hour peak, almost 500,000, 449,000. All-time peak, 480,000. So it's pushing 500,000 active players at a time. That's pretty impressive.
Is that what it looks like? Games this year. We've had some incredibly popular games this year, but we haven't had that game that stood as definitive proof as to what the players have been asking for a long time. We haven't had that, 20 million players in under 2 weeks kind of proof. And now let's get to it. In a year in which we've seen many live service games fail, and a few of them even shut down within the same year that they were released, one now stands as the crowned king of 2024. The list of excuses has grown incredibly long. The players are sick of being ignored, and in many ways, for those players who have been mistreated by other games, studios, and publishers, and subsequently lost interest and hope in those games, Marvel Rivals stands as their new refuge. Right at the end of the year, in the same week as the release of Path of Exile 2's early access, the game climbed to 480,000 concurrent players on Steam, while pulling similar numbers across PlayStation and Xbox. The developer announced in just under 3 days that the game had reached 10 million players. Just over a week later, they would update that number to 20 million players. Regardless of it being free to play or having the Marvel IP, while those are definitely factors here, we've seen plenty of games, especially live service games, fail to garner any level.
You like that? Did you like that view of the character, chat? Fu Man Blue saying he's played a couple of hours and hasn't scratched the surface of what's available with 33 characters. Yeah, I believe it. This game looks like so much fun. I want to play Spider-Man and Venom. I was freaking trying to download it on my PlayStation 3 last night. Literally last night. I work late. I get home. I'm like, I'm dog tired, but I'm like, I just got to at least play a little bit of this game. Freaking, I have to do a system update of my PlayStation 3. Okay, fine. Half an hour later, the update's finally done. I get ready to I haven't even downloaded the game yet. All right, so I'm getting ready to go to the shop, download the game. You have to update your controller. I almost lost it, chat. I almost went absolutely apeshit. I don't want to download. I don't want to update my controller. I just updated the system. You know what I mean? And I'm like, and I haven't even downloaded the game. I have to do all these fucking updates. So I haven't played it yet, is what I'm trying to say in the most rational and sober way possible. But I'm very excited. Fu Man Blue says Spider-Man is great, but I suck at him. I've seen a couple of people that were epic with him. Yeah, I hear he's very hard to play. Challenge accepted.
Of success. However, Marvel Rivals seems to have something that everyone else is missing.
Look, Spider-Man is the greatest of all time. Peter Parker, Spider-Man specifically. And there's no way. I can't resist. I have to learn how to play Spider-Man in this game. I would have to. It's like requirement.
Now, I've been busy with other content and other games. However, whenever I get the chance to, I've been logging in and playing with friends. This game feels incredible to play, and that's something to take note of. That is incredibly important here, especially in this genre. There are very few performance issues. The controls feel fantastic. Every character feels entirely distinct from the other. We aren't beating the accusations here, as the great and wise Mike Ybarra so brazenly pointed out on Twitter and then later was shamed into deleting the comment. Marvel Rivals is essentially Overwatch.
What was that tweet?
On Twitter and then later.
So Mike Ybarra of Overwatch says, oh, yes, this snide little tweet. Looks like Overwatch Marvel Rivals ships tomorrow. Much like Light of Motrium, a clear copy of HZD out of China. I mean, even the character name Widowmaker in Overwatch versus Black Widow in Marvel Rivals, LOL. Yeah, as someone pointed out. I think he points it out in this video. Black Widow, a character created in like 1976 or something. And the guy's acting like Black Widow is trying to copy Overwatch. That's pretty petty.
Was shamed into deleting the comment. Marvel Rivals is essentially Overwatch, but there is a lot more here than just a fresh coat of paint. Marvel Rivals is a live service competitive multiplayer game developed by NetEase, offering players the opportunity to fight in an Overwatch-style game using iconic Marvel superheroes and villains. This game is the quintessential hero shooter, offering a roster of beloved characters including the likes of Spider-Man, Magneto, Storm, Iron Man, Captain America, and more. What really sets Marvel Rivals apart from many of the other live service games is its commitment to staying true to that Marvel brand, offering a staggering 33 heroes at launch, all with abilities and skills that genuinely suit that character, combined with arguably some of the best character designs in all of Marvel. I think that's where Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League really went wrong. They didn't stay on brand. They forced the characters and the setting into a looter-shooter mold for profit purposes.
I gotta admit, I am very tempted to play Star-Lord.
None of the characters really used any of their trademark abilities, and everyone used generic weapons and guns to fuel that looter-shooter formula. In Marvel Rivals, you are playing as those heroes, fulfilling roles that they are best suited for and using abilities that make sense for that character. What's really interesting with Marvel Rivals, and this is pretty much across the board, is there is a much higher skill ceiling due to the depth of mechanics between each characters and how they synergize together. Characters in the game have unique team-up abilities, passive bonuses, and activated abilities that can only be unlocked when you're actually pairing them with specific allies. For example, if you use Adam Warlock with Mantis or Star-Lord, well, he'll grant both of
You don't want to get on the wrong side of Squirrel Girl. Fu Man Blue.
them a free revive upon death. This is something that I think really adds a little bit of extra flavor that this genre has been missing. That depth and flexibility doesn't just end with team-ups, you see it across the individual skills of the heroes themselves. In Overwatch,
and as many have observed, like, the characters in this are hot. That's basically, like, the babes are babes. And they don't have beards.
Example, Lucio can pump it up, boost speed and...
Sir, if your LED has burned out, that could mean, sir.
healing, and he can knock enemies back, and honestly, that's about it. His closest comparison in Marvel Rivals, Luna Snow can use precision to heal her allies, deal damage. She can give out shields. She can deal bonus damage with ice shards and slow enemies down. She can empower her abilities to pierce through enemies and allies, and she has an ultimate that can either heal or increase damage. there's a lot more in the way of skill expression and role flexibility across the entire game. Now, what that means in gameplay is that while Marvel Rivals is a bit less accessible than Overwatch is, it has a higher barrier to entry for competitive play due to the depth of the character roster and their abilities, but a meta is much harder to pin down in a game like this. There is a lot more in the way of individual skill expression between each character, and by extension, every match feels much more fresh because not every player plays the same hero the same way. I spent most of my time playing as Psylocke. I love this character. I love her in the Marvel Universe. I absolutely love her design in this game, and she's incredibly fun in Marvel Rivals. I think that in many ways, this game's biggest strength isn't about how characters fulfill their roles. It's about how the game provides this layer of player agency that I otherwise don't feel like I get in other games. I'm not a frontliner. I don't really like being in the mix. I like sneaking around, peppering enemies with a bit of damage from the sidelines to support other characters. I ignore the objectives and catch players who freshly respawn that are trying to get back to their team, and then I'll drop in out of nowhere with an ultimate to take out a bunch of enemies and disrupt the point, and then fade back into the shadows. I want everyone to forget that I'm even there until it's too late. Marvel Rivals has the vision to allow players to be able to play their own role rather than the one that the game assigns to them. The minute that this game came out, I started getting Discord notifications. I got messages from friends. Have you heard about the game? Are you going to play the game? Do you know anybody else that's playing the game? And that is incredibly special for a game like this, because that's exactly what the developer wants, and that's exactly what a community wants for this kind of game, because you want more people that are playing it. You want people to go out and try to find more people to play the game with. And it just goes to show just how popular this game has become in such a short amount of time, and I think it's going to continue to grow in popularity because it is a really fun game, and a lot of people are really liking it right now. And in a lot of ways, it reminds me of the launch of the original Overwatch. And not just because of all the images people have been sharing online. What is up with people's obsession with wanting to put a big, I'm just not even going to touch that one. It feels like you're eating popcorn. Just one more. And the next thing you know, hours have gone by. You've been swapping between these different matches where it's chaotic and people are still trying to learn how to play the game. Everybody's kind of out for themselves. And then you drop into a match that almost feels surgical, where everybody understands their role. They know what they need to do. They understand the maps. And it just feels great to play. And I think if there was one thing that I had to point out and say, like, this is Marvel Rivals' biggest strength, and it's even bigger than the Marvel Rival or Marvel IP itself, and it's just that the game feels really good to play. And that's something that I think a lot of studios have gotten wrong over the last couple of years. There's no hit registration problems. There's no netcode issues. There's no disconnects. I haven't had any problems with FPS or anything like that. The menus are really easy to navigate. The UI is super clean. I don't have any problem with being able to tell allies from enemies in the game. I can't tell you how many times I ran into games like that. And yeah, it just feels really good to play. The anime.
Wow. That's amazing. Hello. Hello, Ubisoft. It's almost as if you make a game that is high quality, that works as advertised, that makes it easy for the customer to get involved, that features characters that look and feel like the characters in the comics. And they're not a bunch of, let's just face it, I like how Osmond Gold puts it, hogs. They look like they have, shall we say, the correct height-weight ratio. It's fascinating how it just explodes in popularity. It's almost as if you make a quality product that delivers what the customers expect, aka the promise of the premise. It will succeed. But there's superhero fatigue. Superhero fatigue. Nobody likes superheroes anymore. No, what we have is garbage writing and activist writing fatigue. That's what we have. The minute you release something high quality, it's going to make a huge impact.
Animations are solid. The controls feel really good. The character abilities make sense and look really cool, but nothing ever really, obfuscates your vision while you're playing the game, which is really important in a game like this. And that's something that they get right. And I think that goes a really long way with something like this. And one of the other things that I like as well is that they're not going to paywall characters behind battle passes or microtransactions. They're just keeping it cosmetic. the best way for you to be able to do it with a game like this. And something that I really like is that you actually have to go looking for the monetization. It's not just in your face. And I'm going to trigger some people when I bring this up, but you know those games that like to hit you with like 4 or 5 different notifications or menus of like different things that they're trying to sell you before you can
Fallout 76.
even get in to play the game in the first place? Marvel Rivals does not have that. Open the game, press play.
Halo Infinite was filled with shit like that. This is a very classy move. This is a very classy move for Marvel Rivals to just like kind of make it subtle. Make it subtle where the microtransactions are.
In a match. Simple as that. And by the way, incredibly quick match times. I mean, you hit it and it's just like match found. There's no delay or anything like that. It's
well,
great.
having half a
I
million
love it.
players helps.
And you know, in a lot of ways, when I'm looking at this game, I think that I look at the industry and I see how they've been covering it, talking about its success and the reviews and things like that. And they're really downplaying it. They're oversimplifying it. Well, it's the Marvel IP. Well, it's a free-to-play game. That's the reason why this game is doing so well.
Oh, I love that. So the media is out there saying like, oh, well, of course, Marvel Rivals is doing well. It has nothing to do with it being hot characters and comic book accurate lore and not a bunch of wacko DEI nonsense in it. No, that's not why it's successful. It's because the Marvel brand is successful. Oh, really? Is that why Agatha was successful? Is that why Echo was successful? Is that why Secret Invasion was successful? Is that why The Marvels was successful? Is that why Doctor Strange Mom was successful? Is that why Eternals was successful? Oh, wait, no, those weren't successful. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum, Nausea. They don't have a single coherent argument, the media. They just say whatever they need to say to try and put their narrative over. It's pathetic.
And they're really underselling it because I think the truth is a lot more nuanced than that. Marvel Rivals doesn't just replicate what others have done right. It also does better what others did wrong. And in that, what they're doing is they're picking up all the players that have been left behind. A really popular discussion that I've seen recently is both games executives and games media that have been writing this line of games being ripoffs of successful games, and that's the major factor as to why those games have been able to find any success, which, yeah, duh, but at the exact same time, there's more to it than that, and that undermines the success of that game. We saw the same thing with Palworld on its release. Its design and gameplay elements were definitely emulating Pokemon. There's no doubt about that, but a mere copy doesn't find 25 million players the way that Palworld did. Or now 20 million players for Marvel Rivals and its inspiration that's taken from Overwatch. Now, I will say I
mean, this is the lesson. This is the lesson that all of the mediocre corporate and or woke executives at these game and film companies are going to need to learn. This is the lesson they're going to need to learn. If you won't give the audience what they want, someone else will. We will. If you are not going to provide the product for which your customer is interested, someone else will do it.
I find it incredibly rich to see that Mike Ybarra, ex-Blizzard president turned sports betting CEO, now there's a career change that makes a lot of sense. It tells you a lot about the industry today, now doesn't it? However, he went to Twitter to say, looks like Overwatch Marvel Rivals ships tomorrow, much like Light of Motrium, a clear copy of Horizon Zero Dawn out of China. I mean, even the character name, Widowmaker in Overwatch versus Black Widow in Marvel Rivals, LOL, NetEase, Tencent, all the same. Ironic coming from somebody that used to work for Blizzard, a company that outside of a few hits has built its entire empire off of copying successful games, modernizing them, and then re-releasing them to even more success. I mean, Overwatch isn't even original. Most of its core mechanics and premise were directly taken from Team Fortress 2, but I've seen a lot of people comment on this tweet. However, the one thing that I see that apparently nobody else does is fear and coping. If Palworld ever beats the sales of a Pokemon release, if Marvel Rivals buries Overwatch, if Light of Motrium outsells Horizon, what does that say about the empires that you've built and the games that you've made? If somebody can simply walk up, take what you've done, make it more fun, more edgy, more sexy, or whatever, and then immediately find success, aren't you the one that's failing to meet your customers' needs? Overwatch.
Brilliantly said. And here's the thing about this, right? I was watching this video, and one of the things that really struck me about it is that, you know, I think we as humans tend to get caught up in the negative. We tend to think it's just easier. It's just easier as a person to think negatively. And so one of the things I sometimes fall prey to, and I know that a lot of people online fall prey to, is the idea of market saturation. Right? The market is saturated, especially like if you're in a sales profession. This is a common thought pattern, right? Is the market's too saturated. You're never going to sell that. A kind of version of this is the argument of superhero fatigue. The argument of superhero fatigue implies that the market is saturated. There's too many superhero movies, and there just aren't enough customers for all those superheroes anymore. There just aren't. And I will admit, I was fairly sympathetic to this. I've still never fully believed that, because I tend to think, honestly, you release a quality film, hello, Deadpool and Wolverine, and you make it's a Billy killer. Spider-Man No Way Home, Billy killer. Still, it's tempting to think that there's no more room left in the marketplace. It turns out, as this video reveals, folks, the market is wide open. It's like when Elon Musk talks about how we've all been fed this lie that the entire world is overpopulating, that we're growing at a geometric rate, when the reality is most Western countries' populations are falling, plummeting, the population is collapsing. And furthermore, if you look at strictly through surface area, the planet is actually very sparsely populated with human beings. So it turns out that the reality is sort of the exact opposite of what we've been made to believe. And I kind of had this epiphany that storytelling is exactly the same. Folks, no matter how many good stories you think are out there, no matter how many great fantasy novels, science fiction worlds, superhero comic book lines, no matter how many there are, the reality is the landscape of stories is still very sparsely populated. Because the very second that a really good space opera along the lines of Star Wars comes out, it is going to explode, and it's going to totally dethrone it. This is going to happen at some point. You know, of course I love Star Wars, George Lucas Star Wars, but Star Wars doesn't own space opera. Star Trek doesn't own space opera. It never has. The people need entertainment. They need rich worlds to explore. And the field is wide open. And that's kind of the thought that occurred to me when I was watching this. Roll tape.
Was massive when it first released, and it held that popularity for a long time. However, Blizzard, over the years, squandered all of the goodwill that they had created with that game. They killed their competitive scene by getting rid of the Overwatch League. They erased the original game when making Overwatch 2, effectively bricking physical copies just because they wanted to push people into a new microtransaction ecosystem. For many, that was the breaking point. The players that remained behind did so because they actually believed in the promises that Blizzard had made for Overwatch 2. The PvE mode,
This is fascinating, because I was never an Overwatch player, so I didn't know all of this backstory. But the idea that they basically destroyed the playability of the original game in order to push the new one, they would have lost me forever as a customer. It's funny. I don't think that do we even trust video game companies anymore? Like, when I buy a new video game, I think about, like, will this video game even be supported in 2 years? Will I even be able to play it in 2 years? Games weren't like this when I was growing up. Hell, if you could find my Super Nintendo system and plug in Super Mario World, it will still play just like it did the day I bought it. Freaking 30 years ago now. Well, bought it. More like received it as a Christmas present. Nowadays, you buy a video game and you're like, will there even be support for this? Will I even be able to play it? Because there won't be any patches for it. It'll be full of bugs and it'll just stop working. So, like, the game industry is suffering a major loss of trust from their consumers.
Added depth, the value that was supposed to come with all of these great sacrifices that they forced upon the player. But in the end, all of that was taken away. All the future plans and promises were canceled. What they were left with was a stagnant live service game that was no better than the original version, that barely even changed, and had only taken their money and their hope. There's no loyalty there anymore. So when we see a new game like Marvel Rivals step out onto the scene, it has a ton of recognizable characters, more depth, and a clearer vision of the future. Well, it's easy to see why players would go to play that game. I mean, Blizzard is practically forcing them to at this point. That's why I always thought it was odd when I would see how often games media would talk about why Sony's Concord failed, claiming that it had to do with the fact that the hero shooter genre just wasn't in style anymore. It had nothing to do with that. In fact, I would like to believe that there's probably a growing hunger out there for something to replace Overwatch, because there are so few experiences like that in the market right now. There are so few low commitment, fun games that have great multiplayer experiences with low bars of entry and high ceilings for competitive play. That's why Overwatch succeeded for so long. It stayed true the entire time. Marvel Rivals is finding success because that need is still there in the market. Concord didn't fail because of the genre. It failed because it lacked the one thing that Marvel Rivals has in abundance: character.
And here's one of the things I really admire about, is it NetEase? I think that's the name of the company that makes it. What I really admire about what they've created here, Marvel Rivals, hang on a second. NetEase, yeah, that's the name of the company. They are earning it through sheer work ethic. That's what I respect. Think about this. They're releasing the game totally free, and they're not shoving a bunch of microtransactions right in your face. They are here to earn you as a customer. You know, herein lies the answer to the question of how you could fix franchises like Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who and whatever. This is how you could fix these things. Release something that has a low barrier to entry. This is why I say, if you put me in charge of fixing Star Wars, thank you. I appreciate your vote of confidence. What I would do after decanonizing all of the Disney crap, all of it, one film. One. Designed to be a self-contained story. Something new, something fresh, not a retread of the originals, but paying homage and honor to the originals. But it would be its own new story, and the idea would be, if it earns an audience, then we make more. And we kind of go, we allow the audience's response to influence where we go next, right? Because if we find out, you know, there's a lot of interest in this area of the universe, let's go more in that direction. So I think what's happening here is this game studio is literally saying, we're just going to earn the customer base person by person.
In an interview with Eurogamer, Thaddeus Sasser, the director of Marvel Rivals, said that Concord didn't bring any unique value, and that's the reason why it failed. Saying that the truth is, I don't think anybody can predict this, or the games industry would be radically different today. There are a lot of games that come out that people are like, it's going to do well, and it flops. Or people are like, it's going to flop, and then it succeeds amazingly. I think it's really hard to tell ahead of time, and you're always worried about that. The trick is you have to have that reason that people want to come play your game. I think that Marvel Rivals does that exactly with superheroes. I don't know about you, but when I heard about the game's concept, I was like, oh my god, I want to go be Storm in the game. I want to go be Doctor Strange in the game. I want to be those heroes in the game. That sounds awesome. And of course, my mind immediately leapt to all of the cool possibilities that you could have with that. And that's what I think will pull people in. And I think he's right. Heck, I don't even remember any of the names of the characters from Concord, and I don't think anybody will. Concord really didn't do anything. It had these characters that weren't all that well designed. People didn't really want to play as them or even get to know them, and the developers just assumed that we would want to get to know them. We know that because they had this whole plan and business strategy around delivering seasonal movies for their cast of characters. You either have to hook players with something that they know, or you have to tantalize them with something that is so cool that they need to know more about it. Concord did neither of those things while also looking not really all that entertaining to play. You know, another justification that I'm seeing right now as well is that the reason why Marvel Rivals is doing so well is because it's free to play. And then they make the comparison and say, well, you know, the reason why Concord failed was because it was $40. It would have done better if it was free to play. I don't think that that's as big of an impact as many in games media or even the industry thinks it is. From my perspective, when you make a game free to play, you're essentially just removing the ceiling on what kind of success a game can have, because you can basically reach any audience anywhere at any economic status. But at the end of the day, if a game is good enough or interesting enough, or it's a game that players just genuinely want to play, they will buy that game. I mean, Call of Duty still sells gangbusters. Overwatch wasn't free to play when it first came out, and it still did really well, and it stayed popular for a really long time. I just don't think it's as big of a factor as people make it out to be. People has proved that the industry is not going to be very happy with, and it's that players do care about how their characters look. Something that I've taken a while to figure out how to properly voice is that games across the board need to do a better job at inviting players in to actually play their games, and making your game beautiful and attractive is the best way to do this. Now, I mean,
What do I say about the true purpose of art? One part of that purpose is the pursuit of beauty. Wokeness is a movement that defines itself by ugliness. Wokeness views itself as overthrowing a system of oppression in which anything that society perceives as beautiful is an oppressive construct and therefore must be deconstructed. Ergo, we have a male with a beard and boobs. And it's fucking gross. There, I said it. It's gross. Nobody wants to see that. So it is a movement that defines itself by ugliness. That would be wokeness, which is why their games are ugly and nobody wants to play them. So this is a very important point he's making here.
I mean this figuratively and literally. Dark Souls or Elden Ring don't need hot characters to bring you in. It hooks you with the setting, the vistas, the brutality. Path of Exile 2 entices you with the grotesque nature of its world. However, games that the player character is the main focus, narrative-driven RPGs, or in this case, the hero shooter genre, it is incredibly important to make sure that those characters are going to attract the player in to actually want to play as those characters, to learn about them, to be them, and ultimately buy cosmetics for them. Marvel Rivals understands this and executes on it with style. Before this game was even released, I cannot tell you guys how many times I saw images of Squirrel Girl floating around Twitter, Reddit, and Discord conversations. Hell, the first time that I was even introduced to this game was because of a tweet that I had seen where apparently one of the models that had posed for one of the characters and their CGI had been leaked. And the body model for Psylocke proudly let everybody know that that was her ass in the video game.
Yeah, you gotta love that.
Rivals has some of the slickest designs that I have seen in this year so far. They do it.
Look, it goes for the men too. I don't want to see ugly Captain America. I don't want to see Captain America looking all fat with a bald beer gut. Fat Thor was one of the dumbest things they ever did in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Hell, you know, I'm old enough to remember when Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined series, they had a small arc in the show in which Lee Adama, the son of Admiral Adama, the leader of the fleet, his son Lee Adama, who had become the captain of another Battlestar in the show, the Battlestar Pegasus, he was depressed because they had lost to the Cylons and they'd abandoned half of their people on the planet. What was it? New Caprica, and they were all being oppressed by the Cylons, and the fleet had to run away. And because Lee Adama was depressed about this, he let himself get fat. And they put him in kind of they put the actor, Jamie Bamber, into a kind of fat suit. And it didn't look very good. And it wasn't very convincing. And it got so made fun of at the time. Everyone made fun of Fat Lee Adama. And in fact, Mr. Producer, if I can find this meme, it'll make me so happy. You probably won't even get it because, yes, here it is. I have it. Here we go. Full screen that. Okay, here we go. Share this tab. There we go. That's Fat Adama. Disregard Cylons, acquire donuts. Yeah, so anyway, well, why that's notable is because I remember that, like, I think part of the aversion to that plot arc was it didn't seem right. Like, Leah Dama just wasn't, it was a swing and a miss. Something about it, I don't know what felt wrong about it, but something about it felt wrong for the character. That he would just kind of become fat for some reason, and he just become lazy, and he just want to sit around his ship doing nothing. And then, of course, he got thin. You know, he got back in shape, you know, later in the season. But it was just, I think what people hated about it, it was the same thing as Fat Thor. It's like nobody wants to see him totally give up and become a loser. It just felt like a betrayal of who the character actually is. And it's unappealing. I think there's a way to get at it where it makes more sense as a redemption arc, but in that case, that was just one of those examples. You take a character that people admire, and then you uglify them, and it has a profound impact on the audience.
An insane job of blending comic designs and anime designs in a way that doesn't take away from the original art of the characters. They still remain just as iconic, but they're updated for more modern sensibilities and tastes. You want to play as these characters, and the game invites you to do that because of how great they look. When you actually play the game, it's even better. You're bouncing between these menus and
I get the idea with Squirrel Girl that she's not chubby because some DEI wacko who just hates and is jealous of attractive women needed to have a body positivity character. I get the feeling that she's that way because that's her character. That's the feeling I get from this.
Flashing yellow lightning characters popping out of the selection screens. They have these awesome intro animations, and in-game, the art style flows between this hand-drawn cartoon and cel-shaded thing that feels like it's straight out of the Spider-Verse movies, which were really incredibly popular and visually beautiful. When I go back and I look at games like Concord or Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, it's clear that character designs play a huge role in drawing players in, yet these games miss the mark. In Suicide Squad Kills the Justice...
Oh, yeah, this is a great example. Great example of just an uglified character. What the hell is this?
Justice League, for example, they gave their rendition
of... God! Oh, the Mrs. Freeze! Oh!
Miss Freeze, and that felt completely...
Oh, my God! These androgynous, ugly-looking characters in these woke games... These characters aren't ugly looking because that's the character and it has some plot or story-driven reason. It's because jealous, resentful lunatics who are activists in these companies are pushing an ideology which demands the deconstruction of beauty, which demands the denial of that to the customer.
Detached from the character that we know and love.
What in the fuck? Oh my God!
Straight out of the Spider-Verse movies, which were really Concord or Suicide. These games missed the marks, and that felt completely detached from the character that we know.
What game was this that this chick is from? Was this Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, or was this Concord? I don't know which one, because honestly, I can't even recognize what this character's supposed to be. She's wearing a freaking yellow garbage bag. That's the only way I can describe it. She's fat. She's androgynous. She's wearing this yellow garbage bag. This is one of the most ugly things I've ever seen. You know, to quote the Orange Man, just the overall. Just the overall. I hope you're not insulted, but there is no situation ever in which I would be interested in her. I hope you're not insulted.
Know and love. When you look across all of the characters and rivals, every single design jumps out of the screen, showing you something fresh.
You know, something else about the imagery in Marvel Rivals that's worth noting. It looks fun. It pops. The visuals just pop off the screen. It looks fun.
Interesting and recognizable. And I think the same thing can be said for
Oh my jeez! He keeps showing images from the woke games. Like Justice League kills Suicide Squad, or no, Suicide Squad kills Justice League, or Dustborn, or whatever, the Conquer, whatever the hell. God, just the low talent people that design these characters. These people, they have been brainwashed at whatever stupid university they've gone to, some lunatic professor with all kinds of insane, sick ideas about social engineering, just experimenting with the minds of their students. They've literally been taught to hate themselves, to hate humanity, to believe that global warming's going to kill us all, to believe we're overpopulating the planet. You know, just programmed with all this nonsense. And so rather than like study their craft and become great at game design, they produce shit like this, drivel. Just drivel. This, by the way, this is what it is. When I say these are stupid people, that's not a meme. A better way of saying it, perhaps, is incompetent. Incompetent boobs. In the halls of Lucasfilm. In the halls of Marvel. That would be the film studio. Well, and the comic book studio. In the halls of these video game companies, and they just produce this garbage. And then you have Marvel Rivals, which just, honestly, it's a throwback at this point. We're just going to do comic book accurate characters with a little bit of an artistic cel-shaded twist. We're going to make it look fun, sexy, and inviting. We're going to make solid game mechanics, and we're not going to beat you over the head with a bunch of freemium and microtransactions. They're there, but we're not going to beat you over the head with it. Just mainly just have fun and enjoy the game. Holy shit. What a difference.
Concord, where the characters just felt completely forgettable. They didn't inspire curiosity. The designs felt so generic.
Oh, okay, this is Concord. Listen. Anybody who wants to dye their hair certain colors, get rings all over the place, dress in odd, bizarre ways, claim that they are not the gender they were, quote, assigned at birth, whatever. You want to live that life, you're free to do that. You're a human being, and you deserve all the same rights as any other human being. But it's hideous, and nobody wants to see it, or most people don't. So live your best life. I guess I would just say, is that your best life, though? But is that your best life? I don't think it is. But you're entitled. You're entitled to think is great. But don't come around and tell me I have to agree with you, because I don't. This is an absolute travesty.
Generic that there really wasn't even a reason for you to care. There was nothing about the game that screamed come and play. Nothing to make you...
What is this trend in, like, this is in movies too, like these like crazy giant shoulder pads. Why do people think this is sexy?
It's want to learn about their backstory or even experience the gameplay. And I think it's really important to take notice that Marvel Rivals has completely avoided this broader trend that we've seen across the industry, this heavy lean into socially progressive design choices that, I'll be honest, I just don't find them aesthetically pleasing. Nothing to do with personal beliefs or ideologies, I just don't think they look interesting or cool, and oftentimes they feel forced and uninspired. Characters that are introduced with seemingly little depth, lacking substance, and designs that are so clinical and uninspired that they fail to generate any excitement or interest. Instead, they're just turning...
Wrangler says a whole lot of Ola and a $4.20 super chat. Why Wrangler? Thank you very kindly, sir. See if I can highlight that. There it is. And you know what's funny is I actually didn't even read the amount. I just knew. I just knew it was $4.20. So it's it as is his custom. So yeah, I think we'll leave it there on that video. But Hat Tip Legendary drops a really fantastic analysis of what's going on over there at Marvel Rivals. And I'm very excited for this game. I want to play it. I'm going to learn Spider-Man. I'm going to get good at Spider-Man. That's like my goal with this game. Cough button for just a second. There you go. Hey, do you like my background, chat? Do you like my background? It's my cozy Christmas cabin. We're going to keep Christmas around for just a couple more days. You know what I'm saying? Grandmaster over there in the Discord, make sure to join. There's a permalink in there. Is my light too bright? I'm going to turn that. I don't know. It's hard to say. He's saying I should do a New Year's stream. I will consider it. If I have time. It would be late. It would be late, though. Fu Man Blue loves the back. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. What is next in the stack of stuff? God, that Tony doesn't give a fuck thing is so funny. I was over at the Starbucks and they weren't using my correct pronouns. Sir, if your LED light, sir, has dimmed. That's so funny. How's Mufasa doing at the box office? I'm looking for a good article on this. Let's just roll the dice, shall we, chat? Just briefly. Looks like the weekend box office race is too close to call. Sonic the Hedgehog 3's dominance over Disney's Lion King prequel Mufasa raised some eyebrows, while earlier this week we predicted Mufasa would make over $70 million. The business has cooled a bit, with Sonic 3 regaining some ground. There's got to be a better article here. Hang on a second. Let me just... Stoffioti saying, "Bah fucking humbug." My pronouns are fuck and you. I fairly agree. Let's see what That Park Place has. They usually have like really good stuff on this. Mufasa. All right, let's try. Cosmic. I didn't have time to grab the article. By the way, I started watching Squid Game Season 2. I watched the first episode. Holy shit, folks. I can't believe I didn't even think to put this in the description of the stream. I started watching Squid Game 2. And now, listen, my opinion of Squid Game 1, the first season, is that should be the end of it. That should be the end of the story. It was a really interesting story. The end. I don't know how you make the story continue and keep it interesting. I have to tell you, the first episode definitely changed my opinion about the possibilities. It was awesome. That first episode, especially the ending, holy shit! The Koreans, they do not play. They do not play. When they tell you a story, holy crap, buckle up. They go hard. So, yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on Squid Game 2 for you. I'm actually kind of delaying my top 10 best and worst of the year for another maybe week or so, because honestly, there's so much that I still have to evaluate. I still have to see Nosferatu. I got to finish Landman, Silo 2, Arcane. I still haven't finished Arcane. And now, well, I guess Squid Game. I probably won't include Squid Game. No, I can, because the whole season is out, isn't it? I think it is. So yeah, I have to put that in there. So there's just a lot to consider. I have a better idea on this. Star Fury says, Mahler says it's effectively a 2-part second season. It's all set up in season 2. Are you talking about Arcane season 2 or Squid Game season 2? Which one, Star Fury? Give me... Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. I totally forgot about this, chat. I think we have... Do we have a Darth Melvin video? I really want... Oh, this is the wrong... Okay, yeah. Hang on. Darth Melvin. You're talking about Squid Game. Okay, it's a part 1. So maybe I won't include that in the top 10 this year. Okay, here we go. Videos. If he's got a short video on this, I want to do it. He doesn't have any short videos on it, but basically his opinion, Darth Melvin, is that Skeleton Crew is shit, and I so agree. I definitely think that one's going on my list of top 10 worst is Skeleton Crew, especially because it is getting such an undeserved bump in opinion because it's a kids show, it's for kids. That's why it doesn't have to honor the lore, follow any of the rules, or produce an interesting or noteworthy product. Because it's for kids. Miss me with that shit. I don't care. It should still be a good story. Here we go. Grab this one, Mr. Producer. Hat tip Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet.
We knew that Sonic 3 and Mufasa were going to face.
But Universal, you're saying hard, go hard, hurry. I'm curling. What do you think? What are you quoting there? Universal says, what's a pronoun? Is that a joke? Star Fury says, I thought Skeleton Crew was inoffensive, but clearly it is shit. Well, is it a woke trash fire? No. Is it attempting to offend its audience? No. No, it's not offensive in the way that the Acolyte is. The Acolyte is offensive. The Acolyte is fucking offensive. It's morally depraved. It literally hates the Star Wars lore. It hates the Jedi, and it really hates Star Wars fans. And it's a disgusting, hateful piece of trash, is what the Acolyte is. Skeleton Crew is none of those things. It needs to be said. But what Skeleton Crew is pathetic, boring, and completely wrong in tone and thematic elements for the Star Wars canon. It's wrong for the Star Wars canon, and it doesn't contribute anything useful, original, or really visionary at all to the Star Wars canon. So that's the problem with it. And for that reason, I personally take offense to Skeleton Crew. But more specifically, I take offense to the argument that it gets a pass because it's for kids. I really dislike... Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is for kids. But Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is also an excellent story with great father-son themes, with great themes about family and friendship, with a powerful story about Shadow and his journey through grief and loss, and how the hunt for revenge has twisted him. And it's got incredible physical comedy from Jim Carrey. So you can make an excellent, superior product that is for kids. That is so good that adults also enjoy it. So I don't buy this argument that Skeleton Crew gets a pass because it's for kids. I think that's lame. Roll tape.
face off at the box office over the Christmas holidays, but we weren't sure exactly what to expect. Some of the early indications were that Sonic 3, despite opening in fewer theaters and despite not having the massive marketing campaign behind it, was actually going to beat Mufasa here domestically, but people still thought it'd be a close race. And of course, people said, but don't worry, international is going to absolutely crush it, guys. Nearly $200 million projected opening for Mufasa, The Lion King, a movie that absolutely no one asked for. And if you read headlines at Collider, maybe you do think that it got off to a great start. Mufasa, The Lion King roars to life in global box office debut. Unfortunately, things are not going well for Disney or for Mufasa. Not only are they being kicked in the ass by Sonic 3 here in the United States and domestically, but internationally came in way less than they expected.
Yeah, so they caught up to Sonic a little bit, but it's a really sad state of affairs when Disney has to catch up to Sonic. All right, so Universal, here's my thoughts about this, okay? Let me grab your comment. Universal saying, the Acolyte was woke, agreed. Skeleton Crew, except for one scene, is not. I'll take your word for it. The problem is it came after the Acolyte, and Star Wars fans are very upset and fed up. True, and rightfully they are, and I count myself among them, but that's not the reason Skeleton Crew sucks. That's really not. I would have found this show boring no matter when it made its appearance. I would have found the show annoying, quite frankly, right from the beginning. And the number one thing I find annoying about it is that it is doing a sort of Caribbean pirate mashup with Star Wars, which I consider to be inappropriate for the Star Wars story. In other words, what do pirates look like in the year 2024? Or, more roughly in the 21st century. Well, go watch the movie Captain Phillips about actual pirates hijacking a tanker ship, right? Which spawned, of course, the famous meme, I am the captain now. Look at me, I am the captain now. Well, that's a modern pirate in our world, right? The pirate of the kind you think of, when people think of the fun pirates, they weren't, that's a myth, but people think of them as the fun pirates. What they're thinking of is the golden age of piracy, which was roughly 1700 to 1725, is roughly the era in which that was the case. And yeah, there were some charming and romantic aspects of that era. I will definitely grant you that. Black Sails is an excellent show that portrays fairly accurately what that era was like and why it was what it was. But that's the Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates such as that only existed in that roughly 30-year window that people like to think of, the romantic, exciting Pirates of the Caribbean. Those pirates are not appropriate for our era, and they are not appropriate for the galaxy far, far away. I don't want to see anachronistic pirates in Star Wars. What I want to see is what pirates would be like in Star Wars. For example, Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi is a gangster, but he's not like an Italian gangster in The Godfather. He's more like a gangster in the Star Wars universe. Do you see the point I'm getting at? Jabba the Hutt was not emulating Marlon Brando in The Godfather because that would have been silly. Rather, Jabba the Hutt is this weird fat slug that sits on this bizarre throne. And that's what a gangster looks like in the Star Wars universe. That's the point I'm making about Skeleton Crew. Whereas Jabba is an interesting and appropriate vision of what a gangster's like in Star Wars, the Pirates and Skeleton Crew are not. That's the issue. So I agree with you that, like, yes, it doesn't help that there's a pattern here. But to me, it's a symptom of the same underlying disease. The people running Lucasfilm don't understand this universe. They're not creative or original people. And frankly, they're not very talented. And I think a lot of them are also not very smart. And that This to me is an idiot's idea of what pirates in Star Wars. This is an idiot's idea of what pirates are in Star Wars. Oh, I know. They have robotic peg legs. In a world where you can simply get a robotic replacement for any missing limb. I just can't even with these morons. To call him here, the captain will compose himself. Officer of the watch, please. When Anakin Skywalker loses his hand, what do? When Luke Skywalker loses his hand, what do? They attach a perfect, flawless limb. It's either robotic or it looks human. Either way, it is a functioning limb. So why would you have pirates with peg legs in Skeleton Crew? You basically got this robot that acts like a pirate with a peg leg, and it just annoys the shit out of me. Why would you have an actual like ship's wheel on a starship, such as in Mandalorian Season 3? This is my problem. Anyway. I'm not directing my anger at you, Universal. Don't misunderstand. I simply object to the creative, call it creative differences with the folks at Lucasfilm. Starfield, he says, there were no fun pirates. Well, I would say that, yeah, it's kind of like those protesters that go to places like North Korea, or they're like the coexist crowd, you know, and they go like backpacking through Somalia or some shit like that. They go walking through Syria to spread the message of love and kindness. And they wind up in some fucking gulag, and they're like, oh no, America will release a couple valuable terrorists back to them so that I could get home after stupidly going on a backpacking trip in a hostile country. And it's like, what were you thinking? Well, I just thought that handing out water bottles and flyers about how to avoid, diphtheria was going to prove that we're good people and we're not enemies. It's like you were walking through a war zone, you moron. Well, if you took the fans of pirates from today, put them in a time machine and transported them back to that era, I think they'd have a similar experience. I really do. I think they would have a very similar experience to those idiot backpackers who think it's just going to be so cool. We're just going to go backpack through Somalia and solve all the problems. You would think, oh, I'm going to get like a feathered cap and a parrot, and I'm going to have like a bottle of rum, and I'm just going to climb aboard a ship, and I'm going to have fun with all the pirates. Oh, is that what you think it's going to be? Dude, one of the reasons that people became pirates in that era is because they were coming from lives of absolute abject misery. Most of them were former sailors in the British Navy or the Spanish Navy or whatever, and mostly the British Navy, let's be fair, and they had terrible wages. They were basically locked in a ship their whole life. They couldn't even go home to see their family because the Navy was always afraid of desertion. They ate crap. They got paid crap when they got paid. And many of them were persecuted if they were Catholics or Jacobites or whatever. They were just one step above slaves. So yeah, when they could desert the Navy and find a life stealing and plundering, it was a marginally better life because they could steal a bunch of shit, spend it on booze and hookers, and when they ran out of money, they could go steal some more shit. And for a lot of them, that was a much better life than eating, worm-infested bread in a Navy where they don't even pay you and you're locked in a ship all the time and you get beatings whenever you step out of line. But that don't mean the life of a pirate was some kind of, like, cakewalk. Anyway. Stafford, he says, I'd have loved to have seen the Mandalorian hunt down pirates for a bounty and him having to go ham to take the heads of said pirates to claim the bounties. Fuck yes! Oh, I love that idea! I love that idea, Star Fury. That's what I'm saying. Dude, pirates are out there murdering people. look, some pirates had a code in the golden age of piracy. There were some, and like for example, Stede Bonnet, Jean Lafitte. That was not in the golden age. That was much later. That was in the early 1800s. Jean Lafitte was known for being very charming and prince-like. Redoubt Productions mentioned him on his last stream about the Battle of New Orleans in the War of 1812. When was that? And but the thing is, even a charming pirate still engaged in nasty shit. And one of the things Jean Lafitte would do is he traded in slaves. And what he would do is he would trade slaves that were illegal to trade because the transatlantic slave trade had been banned. So he would smuggle them in. And sometimes they were actually free black people that were smuggled into slavery. That was very common in that era. Even if you were a free black person, you could be abducted and just illegally sold into slavery. Jean Lafitte, a pirate, participated in that. So yeah, there were some pirates that had a certain code of honor, but here's the deal. If you saw a black sail, or as we would think of it, a black flag, you surrender. Because if you don't, they might murder you, they might torture you before they murder you, but the very least that's going to happen to you is they're going to enslave you and make you a slave on their crew, and you're going to do whatever they tell you. And if you put up any kind of serious resistance, like, you're dead. Like, they're going to kill you. That's what people were afraid of pirates. People were afraid of them for good reason. So yeah, so I like the idea of like nasty pirates in the Star Wars universe that murder and steal, and they do just evil shit to people. You know what a good example of what the real experience of piracy would have been? The cowboys in the film Tombstone. Have you ever seen the film Tombstone with Kurt Russell? The way the cowboys just like take revenge on this wedding party, and they just kill the man and drag off his wife and then murder the priest at the... It's just all this terrible shit. And throughout the film, they just keep doing all this heinous shit. That's really what pirates were. That's what they were. They were bandits at sea. So my point is, show us that, and then have the Mandalorian go hunt them down and take their fucking heads. It'd be great. Do I sound too excited about that, Mr. Producer? Macabre? That seems like a strong word. I'm eccentric. That's why. Anyway, never mind him. Star Fury says the worms in the bread were for the extra protein, a bit of extra chewy texture. Hey, Star Fury, you're a fan of the Hornblower show. Don't you love the episode of Hornblower when Captain Pellew of the Indefatigable is enduring food rationing because the French have cut them off from their food supplies? So the crew is kind of starving, and they show Captain Pellew in his cabin, and he's being served bread. It's a biscuit, basically, and there's all these weevils just in it, and he kind of just dumps out the weevils and eats the biscuit. You know, it's like he's suffering with the men, but the men think he's eating like a king, right? They don't. I love that. I love shit like that. Love the Hornblower show. Okay. So I was bringing up Mufasa because there is a type of fan, a Disney fan, assuming they are actual fans, because, I mean, who really can tell, who love everything Disney does. And it doesn't matter if all Disney can do is do live-action rehashes of things they've already done far better in animated form. They don't care because Disney created it, therefore they clap for it. They're what's known as a shill. They suffer from a terrible, crippling disease. It's called shillery by proxy. It's debilitating. It results in social awkwardness, general isolations, feelings of isolation, and a general paranoia that anyone who doesn't like something Disney makes is a racist. And there is a man who studies the shill. He studies them in order to find a cure for their disease and welcome them back into the ranks of regular humans. Redoubt Production says, I may be mistaken, but Jim Bowie was also employed in Lafitte's slave smuggling in the Gulf of Mexico. thank you for keeping me apprised, Redoubt Productions, because I definitely may include that at some point in my Blood and Oak series. Star Fury says, imagine the scene Mandalorian drops a bloody bag of heads on Jabba's desk. Oh, fuck. That'd be so good. Yes! Yes! That would have been awesome. Now, you might have had to tone it down a little to make it palatable to a general audience, but you could hint at that. You could hint at that. Star Wars is never shied away from some gore once in a while. So, but that being said, let's have Grizzly Shills defend Mufasa.
If you follow me on social media, you know that I got to attend the premiere of Mufasa. I was one of Disney's invited guests. There are a few other premieres that I have gone to for Disney.
So let me guess. You loved this movie.
I loved it. I thought this movie...
To be fair, though, I bet she did. Honest to God, I feel like chicks love these live action remakes. I just do.
It was great.
Now, was the movie great, or was your experience at the premiere great, aka your payment for being a Disney shill?
Everything they had at this premiere was above and beyond expectation. Not to mention, I was breathing the same air as Beyonce. I mean...
So this is what Disney does.
I have no idea why, but Jeremy over there at D-Day Cobra, he hates Beyonce. Hates her with a passion. I wish I could hear his reaction to this. I really do.
They reward these people ahead of time with perks and getting to meet celebrities.
It was nice to see Beyonce. It was nice to see all of the actors. It was nice to have space with Barry Jenkins.
And therefore,
I like this movie. I really, really like this movie, and I think it would behoove you to watch this movie on screen if you have that opportunity, because this movie is
paid Disney show. It makes me sick. It would. This fucking way of putting this. God, there's something so cringe and snarky and just gross and grimy about the way she said that. I think it would behoove you to watch this trash, Disney film. It would behoove me. That's what it would do. It would behoove me. How about no?
Good. The storyline, the characters, everything about it is good.
And that's where we get the term.
It is really good.
I really liked it. I really did. I did not think I was going to enjoy it as much as I did.
I think it's pretty cool.
So, what did I think of Mufasa the Lion King? Obviously, I loved it.
This movie is better than I had imagined it was going to be.
I don't know when I'm going to see Sonic, but I really liked Mufasa, and I hope you guys go see this one in theaters.
How do you go see Mufasa and then have zero desire whatsoever to go see Sonic 3? Jesus Christ. And more shitting on Sonic 3 coming here shortly.
Now along comes this new Mufasa. And now, the first critics who have seen it, they're saying it's damn great.
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
I guess I have to watch this. I have to go find a way to watch this. Because you need the captain's opinion on Mufasa.
Fucking serious.
Campa, the first critics to see the movie are the corporate shills who will guaranteed give it a positive rating. How do you not know that as a critic yourself? I mean, for Christ's sakes, these first critics gave Joker 2 an 11-minute standing ovation.
Oh, I know they did. I know they did. Because Joker, Folie à deux, illustrated how wrong, it stuck it to the chuds. It stuck it to the incels. Oh, the Trump MAGA incels they love Arthur Fleck. Ew, gross. Oh, I bet that tuned them up good. That's what they were thinking.
Because they're retards. And the vocal performances make Mufasa, dare I say, better.
Also, they just think that in order to be relevant, you have to like things that are ugly, or only have a niche appeal. Like that's a way of being relevant. You know, like saying, "Oh, this is fine art." Of course, the plebes don't understand it because they are not like us. They are not part of the approved intellectual critic class. They don't have the breeding or the pedigree to understand the nuances of the deconstructive modernist approach. That's why Joker for Lee Adieu is brilliant. Brilliant.
Better than the 2019 version of The Lion King.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
For me, I liked it for what it was. It just didn't blow my mind. And for me, I should expect that because it's The Lion King.
No, you should expect that because it's Disney.
But at the same time, I did have to set my expectations because the last live-action version of this did not work completely for me.
And speaking of the 2019 remake, some of these Disney NPCs even went back to go and praise that one again.
Heck, even the 2019 remake, I had fun with it. I know most people hated it. Totally fair criticisms on it, but I loved it anyway. I don't really care.
I quite liked the 2019 version of The Lion King.
You and Aaron were glowing
Yeah,
about it.
me and Aaron Cummings went to go see it together. And we both cried in the theaters.
Pussy. And just a fair warning to everyone, the IGN review of Mufasa is awful.
Such an
It's funny. Dude, I cried like a baby in Godzilla -1 all 4 times. The first time it was really bad. It was ugly crying the first time. But like this, I can't help it. I can't get through that movie without shedding a tear. I just can't. But to cry for Mufasa, come on, man.
Astounding result is a mighty win. This photorealistic prequel to Jon Favreau's 2019 remake of The Lion King is a major technical achievement and an emotional...
God, it is amazing how drab and like bland and unappealing that first film looks.
Leap forward from its predecessor.
And if you thought that was bad, they actually gave this movie an 8 out of 10 while giving Sonic 3 a 6 out of 10, calling it just an okay movie.
What the actual fuck?
And I gotta give credit to the fans for ratioing the IGN Mufasa review 1.8k dislikes to 794 likes.
Nice.
And ratioing their Sonic 3 review even worse, 9.5k dislikes to 1.1k likes.
Damn right. Damn right. Damn right. Yeah.
Also, if you could do me a favor real quick.
Mr. Grizzy loves Garrus, doesn't he? Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Smash the like button on this video so we can beat IGN's 1.1k likes on their shitty Sonic 3 review.
Do it.
And the Mufasa story is just genuinely good and great.
This movie isn't just the origin story of Mufasa, it's the origin story of all of the characters that we know and love.
Don't care. And when you find out that they weren't actually related, they're not related, they're not brothers anymore. You'd think that in and of itself should just retcon this whole movie and say this is dumb.
It is dumb, it doesn't make any sense, and it actually makes both this movie and the original worse.
But now that I've seen the movie, I can say that in my opinion, I think it really works. It would make sense that they're not blood related, but are brothers in bond. And I can tell you, I've had plenty of friends in my life.
Wait. You're telling me that this fucking movie retconned the family relationship of Scar and Mufasa? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's so stupid. God. They eat glow.
We're so close that I will introduce them as my brother to other people. A brothership in bond, in some ways, I think is stronger than a relationship with a brother, in my opinion.
Okay, Dominic Toretto, but the only problem with that is that they were actually biological brothers in the original.
Well, as far as brains go, I got the lion's share, but when it comes to brute strength, I'm afraid I'm at the shallow end of the gene pool.
Wow. Wow, that's a really good call out, Grizzy. Oh my gosh. It's literally stated in the animated film. Wow. These dumb slobs at Disney, these slobs, they don't even know their own lore. God, it's so insulting. Why would you take a company with decades and decades of legacy and trash it this way? No, why you care? Well, who cares about the canon? Well, I mean, because why don't they care? That's my point. Why don't they care? The only people that do care are the people that are fans of the original Lion King. So why would you trample on them? It's exactly what they're slobs. What's the definition? Get me the definition of a slob right now. Slob. A person who is lazy and has low standards of cleanliness or behaves in a lazy and slovenly way. It's a perfect word to describe the people that make these stupid Disney remakes. They're too lazy to even give a shit about things like canon and lore. No wonder we got the Acolyte. Because these slobs don't care. They're too busy writing their own fan fiction to give a shit whether or not it was even stated that they're... But aside from that, it's such an unnecessary... They did this in Little Mermaid. They did this in Little Mermaid for DEI reasons, of course. They changed the very simple deal with the devil that Ariel makes with Ursula, which is you have 3 days to get the kiss of true love from Prince Eric in order to become permanently human. The price for this is you lose your voice, so you have to do it without your voice, which is the whole reason he fell in love with you in the first place. So that's the curse that goes with it. But it's a very simple bargain. She has 3 days to get Prince Eric to fall in love with her. If she fails, the devil gets her soul. Or, more literally, Ursula gets her as a slave. Simple, clean, elegant. There's no confusion whatsoever in the animated film about what's at stake. But in the remake, she also, Ursula, erases Ariel's memory so she doesn't know that this is the deal. What? Why would you do that? Well, of course, why would you do that? Because she don't need no man. That's why. Because if she remembered the deal, she would be trying to get Eric to fall in love with her. So they rewrote it to be more complicated and more confusing so that Ariel would not be actively seeking a relationship with Eric. Now, looking at this Mufasa, now they've rewritten it so they're not brothers. What's the motivation for that? I have absolutely no clue. But think of what that does to the story. The fact that they are literal blood brothers is important in the original story. Because it explains a couple of things. It explains why Mufasa, even though he sees the darkness in his brother, why does he trust him more than he should? Why does he try and look after him? Why does he never give up on him? Because in Mufasa's world, this is his brother. This is his blood. You never give up on your blood most of the time. I mean, for most of us, that's usually true. To our detriment in many cases. That's what the entire Shakespearean tragic element of The Lion King actually is that if Mufasa had not been Scar's brother, he might have seen the betrayal coming. But it's the fact that Mufasa, it was Scar used Mufasa's love for him to destroy him. That's what makes the character so damn malevolent. Scar is jealous and resentful of his brother because his brother is, let's face it, the jock. He's the king. He's the one everyone likes. Nobody likes Scar, so he's jealous of him. The more Mufasa loves Scar, the more Scar resents and hates him, right? But from the Mufasa side of it, Scar is able to use Mufasa's love for him, which blinds him to Scar's evil nature, truly evil nature. He uses that to destroy Mufasa and kill him. The blood relationship between them is also an excellent, it creates a great foil for Mufasa, because it's kind of strange that Mufasa, who's this heroic and noble soul, his own brother is like the exact polar opposite of him. Why is that? It creates an interesting juxtaposition in the story. Why did these dumb slobs at Disney abandon all that? Why would they do that? Universal says Captain just went to box office website. Thank you. I appreciate this, Universal. Mufasa has made 328 million. Sonic 3 only made 212 million. Am I seeing this right? Yes. Sorry, I couldn't get to the cough button. They caught up a little bit, but I heard there was some chicanery where Disney was trying to keep Sonic out of theaters. I was trying to find this story. I thought that the angriest man on the internet would have it. I'm seeing if I can just get lucky here with a quick search. I can't remember where I saw this story. Oh, it was Yellow Flash had the story. Let's do. Yeah, I'll grab that story for you after we finish the shill video. I'll grab that story after we finish this. But yes, so domestically, Sonic is 138 million, Mufasa is 114 million. True, but now, what is the budget of Sonic? Budget of Sonic the Hedgehog 3 was about 122 million. Okay. Budget of Mufasa, 200 million. So that's like an $80 million, $78 million difference. So Sonic 3 has a much more reserved budget, a much more sober budget. I have to admit, 200 million for Mufasa is actually Disney showing a kind of crazy level of restraint. Hell, they threw $180 million at the Acolyte. God only knows what they've spent on this Ziegler Snow White boondoggle. Snow White budget. What's the budget of that thing? Sitting at around 209 million. Now, these are we're just pulling these off the internet, but so my point is, so they may not be exactly the right number, but that's the closest I can get on short notice. So what I would say, Universal, is Sonic 3 is crushing it because they have a reasonable budget for what they've done successfully, and I think my theater was packed, so they're doing pretty well. Mufasa should be doing 3 times these numbers. Mufasa should be absolutely destroying Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and they're barely competing with him. So what I would say is, is it a total disaster for Disney? I don't think Mufasa's going to make money, so it's not great, but is it like a Marvel's level flop? I don't think so. But we'll see. But we're going to find out about that chicanery in just a minute. Let's finish our Grizzy video.
Why would he say that if they weren't actually related?
You're a stupid dumbass.
The animals are better rendered than they were in Kraven the Hunter, the CG is really good on the.
Did you literally just compare it to a dog shit movie that is well, it's better than a kick in the face with a golf shoe.
Animal movement.
I don't give a crap what anybody else is telling you about. Oh, the visuals are gorgeous. Fuck off with all this. Oh no, this just didn't do good with the. Fuck you.
When I'm talking about a movie I liked, am I ever like this? You know what I'm saying? Do I get on here and say, if anyone is telling you Austin Butler wasn't good as Fade Rotha, fuck off. He's awesome. He's fucking great. I don't want to hear any of this shit about him not being the best villain ever. Is that what I do? It's so weird, man. It's such a weird... You know why it's weird? Because he's a faker. He's a phony. It's like he knows that like he's in the minority here, and he's like puffing himself up, right? I never feel... Look, when I love a film or a show, I never feel the need to do that. I really don't. I may say, like, yeah, I hear people saying this or that. Well, Avatar is a great example. I know all the criticisms of Avatar movies. And it's like, yeah, I hear people saying that Avatar 2 is this or that, and I agree with this, disagree with that, but I loved this. I loved that about it. There's none of this grandstanding. Let me know if I'm wrong, Chad.
The visuals in Mufasa are staggering.
Yeah, they learned their lesson from the bad CGI in the first one. Congratulations, Disney. It does not save this movie, however.
Don't worry, I'm not making the same mistakes again.
No, you're making all new ones.
Now for the songs, I thought the songs were really good. Lin-Manuel Miranda came in and did some great work.
Universal saying Acolyte was $230 million with marketing budget added in, but they did reshoots, Universal. I'm pretty sure that was 280. Final budget of... There are multiple articles on this. Of the Acolyte. What did I say? Did I say 280? I think I was thinking 180. No, that's what I said, 180. And you're saying it was 230. So you're saying mine was lower than it was. I totally got my wires crossed. No, I did not know that. That's right, because I was thinking 180 million was the budget, which is enormous and obscene. That is an obscene amount of money to spend on a TV series that's only 8 episodes and they're 30 minutes an episode. You're saying the final cost was 230 million, and you're correct because I just looked it up. Holy shit, bro. Good God. The amount of money they lit on fire. It's unreal. Thanks for bringing that up. Starfury says, we are grateful you don't thump your... What are you typing there, Starfury? Those last two, your cavallo chest? What's a cavallo chest? And we are grateful you don't thump your chest. Well, I'm not saying I never thump my chest. I'm just saying I don't do it when I like something. When I like something, I like it. And I just state that I like it. Or that I love it. Or that I think it's amazing. I loved Wicked. Now, do not listen. Do not listen to anyone telling you that this Wicked movie isn't good. It's fucking great. I don't want to hear any of this shit about Wicked not being great because it's awesome. And if you don't think it's awesome, you're wrong. No, you're not going to hear any of that from me. You're not going to hear any of that. It's like, no, if you hate musicals, you'll hate it. It'll be the ninth circle of hell for you. I don't love musicals, but I can be won over. Fu Man Blue says the captain is far too clinical in his analysis to reach the point where all he can say is fuck off. I just think, look, it's fake bravado is what it is. John Campea there knows. He knows that he's making a weak argument, and this is a common tactic to like puff yourself up and look all brazen a bit. The shills do this quite often. Callow chest. Okay, thank you, Staffyette. Did they burn the money in space? They sure did. And there were beautiful, bright flames.
The music was amazing.
No, it was not. Even Campa admits this.
Ironically, the worst part of the movie for me was the music.
I will admit, I don't think that this is his best work, but I don't think it's bad either.
But I wish this...
Oh my God. Would you just get off the fucking fence, Shill? Just say what you mean.
Movie came with subtitles because there's a lot of the songs that I know are driving the plot, but I couldn't hear it. For the life of me,
this chick reminds me of like Sarah Silverman. Like I just cannot get Sarah Silverman out of my head when I look at this chick.
didn't, but it was okay. I got the gist. I got the understanding of what was happening. And
yeah, be careful, sweetheart. That was almost a criticism. Don't want to lose your access pass.
The overall story, I really enjoyed.
Even his not best work is still really fun to listen to.
Oh, okay.
Well, then what is your number then?
I gave it a 7. Like, this is a perfectly competent film.
I'm glad I saw it, and I'm glad it wasn't bad. I like seeing movies that are not bad.
This movie is aimed at a younger audience.
Shut the fuck up.
And I feel like it could have been a little bit more emotional and hit those beats, but it misses. So I don't know. I gotta say 2.9 out of 5 for this one.
Harloff, you shit on the movie for almost your entire review, and then you turn around and give it an above average rating?
That doesn't make sense. That being said, I'm going to say that Mufasa the Lion King definitely a good 8 out of 10, which definitely worth seeing at full admission.
Worth seeing at full admission.
Hell no.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And at the end of the day, all this movie was, hey, we made over $1 billion remaking the original. Let's see if we can capitalize on that and make some easy money on this one. And to that, Disney, I say,
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Thanks for watching.
Yes, one of the greatest moments of all time in internet history. Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy, Mr. Producer, if you would please. All right, so hat tip, Yellow Flash, because I wanted to. This was the story I was looking for. I couldn't find it earlier. So yes, here it is.
So, box office last weekend. Actually, the box office has been big for a couple of weeks, actually. It's been pretty good for theater owners. But Sonic 3 went up against Mufasa, and to really anybody that's been paying attention, it wasn't a surprise for them. I was...
And then I saw Universal, you were saying... You have the numbers for us. Mufasa, $328 to $200 million budget. Or are you saying 328 gross minus 200 budget, 128 profit? Sonic 3 is 212 minus 122 budget of 90. So you're saying that roughly a 90 million profit so far for Sonic 3. Now, the thing is, those are still gross ticket numbers, though. So that's their gross revenue, and a percentage of that goes to the theaters and stuff. So they might not, neither movie necessarily is making a huge profit yet. But I think that Sonic is going to continue to make a lot of money because it's fun and it loves its audience. Cough button. Okay, roll tape.
I wasn't shocked. I expected Sonic 3 to do better than Mufasa, and it did way better than I think anybody thought it would do. $62 million opening compared to Mufasa. And looking at reviews and feedback from fans, most people seem to prefer Sonic 3 over Mufasa. I have my complaints on these Disney live-action movies. I'm not going to get too much into it here, but the TLDR, Mufasa, not a very good movie from what I've read. Some people might like it, but calling it live action when it's all CGI, I don't know. But in any case, Sonic 3 killing it. 62 million to 35 million. What can you do? Now, for people that were paying attention to this, they don't have the figures on here, but Mufasa has more theaters dedicated to it. And by that I mean screens at theaters. Compared to Sonic, I think Sonic's got like 700 less. It's not drastically different, but none.
Now, this is a key point that Yellow Flash is bringing up here. Sonic 3 is going into this with a disadvantage. They have fewer theaters. This is the power of being Disney. This is why Disney is able to just set money on fire. because they have a limitless fortune. They have so much damn money and so much damn power, so much damn influence. Why are there so many shills defending every single thing Disney does, but there's no one to defend Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon? Not even the Snyder. The Snyder heads aren't even out there defending Rebel Moon. Why? That's the power of the bully pulpit, folks, which Disney has. So the fact that Sonic 3 was able to threaten them at this massive disadvantage is a big deal, folks.
Nonetheless, I mean, Mufasa should be taken out of some theaters, and Sonic 3 should be given more.
I just love looking at these characters, Knuckles, Sonic, and Tails. They're just so bright. They're so cool looking. They're so much fun. Don't you remember that? Do you remember when movies were fun?
Because it probably could have made more money. One of the problems here is that basically theaters have to give half of their screens to Mufasa and less than half to Sonic 3 because Disney they have agreements with theaters. If you want to put their movie in your theater, you have to kind of agree to some stipulations. And the problem here is Sonic can't capitalize on its box office momentum. Now, if this is any other movie studio, by that I mean not Disney, they would take the movie that's underperforming, give it less screens, and Sonic would get more screenings. That way you could get more people in there because obviously a lot of people want to see it, and they might be showing up to sold-out theaters. And Disney's thinking here is, well, they'll just go see Mufasa instead. And in a lot of the cases, that might be actually what happens. So Sonic did pretty good so far. We don't have Christmas numbers yet, but it did pretty good on Christmas Eve. And it's expected to make a shit ton of money over the week. Now, the problem, and that Park Place here is making an article on this, and I think it's pretty informative, actually. Disney bullies theaters, forcing Mufasa on more theaters than Sonic 3, even as the Hedgehog earns far more. So, like I was saying, naturally, theaters would want to give Sonic 3 more screenings. You know how much it got over the holidays? 8 more theaters. That's right. They gave it 8 more theaters. That's it. That's embarrassing.
This is literally anti-capitalism. This is literally fake corporate driven inflated numbers, because basically you have the film that's making more, it is drawing more audiences in. It only gets 8 more theaters. And Mufasa is able to use their bully pulpit, Disney, to get more theaters than they deserve. How perverse.
For Disney. Because I'm going to be willing to bet a lot of these theater owners probably called somebody at Disney and was like, hey, we want to pull your movie down and put Sonic 3 in more. And they probably said no. Now, that's hypothetical, right? I don't know if that actually happened, but I mean, I could imagine a lot of them want to do that, and they can't. Disney will say no. So now you've got this movie that's going to have empty theaters. There's going to be a lot of empty seats, and Sonic 3 is going to be jam-packed and potentially turning away customers because Disney won't let them expand the box office for the movie. And if you dare go against the biggest studio in Hollywood, and at this point they are. Disney is the biggest Hollywood studio by far. They're the biggest. They've absorbed so much shit. I mean, they ate Fox. They're the biggest theater. I mean, what's after them? Probably Warner, right? And it actually might be neck and neck between them and Warner, but I'm going to say Disney is bigger.
All right, cool. Hat tip Yellow Flash, thank you for that. I actually found the article, and I just want to grab it real quick and just highlight a couple things. So let me kill that tab. So this is the article Yellow Flash is going off of from that Park Place, and pretty fascinating stuff here. So currently showing in 3,769 locations, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 faces a bottleneck caused by contractual obligations many theaters have with Disney for Mufasa the Lion King. While Sonic 3 has provided far more revenue per theaters, the total count of screens added for Sonic 3 from its first week to its second will be a staggering 8. So they're only getting 8 more in the entire nation. Disney's agreements, however, often stipulate extended runs in a high number of theaters, leaving little room for other blockbusters to increase their reach. Despite being the second highest earner this season, Mufasa continues to occupy 4,100 locations, effectively stifling Sonic's ability to capitalize on its box office momentum. And I love this turn of phrase. This highlights the broader implications of Disney's, quote, theater saturation strategy, close quote. That's what it is. It's a theater saturation strategy. They simply own the market. It's just like what I said. If Disney were trying to like control the narrative or like just get there, if they were just trying to get in theaters in some foreign country and they had like this, they had Peanut the squirrel was their mascot, and the country's like, in order to get your 4,100 theaters here, you're going to have to get rid of that squirrel because our religious beliefs are against that squirrel. Give me that squirrel. Ah! That'd be the end of it. Disney don't give a shit, man. These shills, they don't care. They are not interested in the pitiful devotions the shills hurl at them. Disney doesn't care. They'll step on their face and think nothing of it. So this is fascinating. So basically, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is fighting Goliath. That would be Disney with one hand tied behind its back. So that's the key takeaway. The strange case goes on in the article. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, a box office leader constrained by theater availability, underscores the evolving challenges of a market dominated by a single powerhouse. It remains to be seen whether this marks the beginning of a shift in holiday box office dynamics or a fleeting anomaly in Disney's reign. So that's basically where we're at. Disney has a stranglehold, and that is part of what has allowed them to survive so much failure. Because we often say, like, how can they fail this much and still have so much? Well, because they have this much power. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 beat them. But it didn't matter because Disney had more pull, and they could force their film into more theaters. We must hasten the destruction of Disney. We just simply must. By the way, we have 11 watching on the SNS channel. That would be at the SNS channel on X. And we have 11 watching on YouTube. So like and subscribe. Help us hit that heart button on the X platform so that we can boost the stream. I hear you, Staffietti. Fun, how dare you, bigot? I suppose we could talk a little bit about the secret level on Amazon. Let me see if I can find something real quick. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. Secret level. What episodes do I have? I haven't watched the Dungeons and Dragons one yet, but I watched the Warhammer one, which I would say probably the best one. I liked the Mega Man one a lot, though. I really liked the Mega Man one. Hang on a second. I got to get signed in here. All right, cool. Give me that episode. Oh, wait, no, I don't want that one. I want the Warhammer episode. There it is. Got it. Okay. All right. So share screen. All right. So this is the episode They Shall Know No Fear, which is the Warhammer 40,000 episode. And I will say, this gives me great hope for the Henry Cavill series. Because, you know, it begins with the epigraph in the grim darkness of the 401st century. There is only war. And I love that. I love that they're honoring the lore. And this is just a flat out balls to the wall Space Marine story. And I love this narrative that, like, Warhammer needs to be more diverse and it needs to be more inclusive. And it's like, well, it already is. I'm trying to get to this exact frame here, but it just won't get me there. I'm trying to get to, is this Titus, the main character here? There's not much dialogue in this. It's mostly just ass kicking. Yeah, the drop from the, let's see, Clive Stanton played Lieutenant Titus. This would be Blade Guard Sergeant what is that? Matarius? Mataris, okay. So we have this scene. So we have these Space Marines. They get this mission to recover a relic. They drop on this planet, and they go into battle against, like, I guess it would be Chaos Cultists would be my guess. And the combat is freaking fantastic. The way the armor works is awesome. The only complaint I have here, Star Fury. Oh, gotta be careful. Can't actually play it. The only complaint I have here is they don't seem to exhibit any actual battle tactics. They basically are just invincible and just, you know, like none of the bullets fired by the bad guys even scratch them. And so they just hack their way through them like they're nothing. And the bad guys helpfully just feed themselves right into the meat grinder one after another, never showing any signs of backing down. Now, if they're insane Chaos Cultists, that actually might make sense. But I would have liked to have seen, you know, obviously there's no chance they're going to lose this battle. However, I would have liked to have seen, like, how some of their tactics can actually work in a situation where I would have liked to see them endangered a little bit in this scene, personally. Star Fury says, I've come to really dislike Mega Man. It gave MKE blue balls. Wait, what? No Mega Man fighting. Oh, right, because he never fight. Oh, yeah, that's... well, that's kind of the problem with this whole series, if you ask me. Like, my complaint about it is there's a lot of hinting at things. There's a lot of setup for things, but there's not much of a story. It's not like Black Mirror. Black Mirror tells a complete story from beginning to end. This show is almost more like a pitch. Like, this is a short film to pitch an idea rather than to actually tell a complete story. The Warhammer one is actually one of the most complete stories, actually, so far. Star Fury says, the Adeptus Sororitas are awesome and in some ways harder than Space Marines. Perhaps. Let me get my better screen view here. So yeah, while it was very fun to watch them hacking through all these cultists, it wasn't as satisfying as if they had actually had to, like, work for it a little. The visuals are fantastic. The animation is stunning. This is definitely the look and feel of Warhammer. There's no doubt about that. Like, this is the Warhammer world, and it's phenomenal. Now, Starfury, I need you to answer a question for me. Because I'm more of a fantasy guy. I'm not as much of a Warhammer 40,000 guy. So I'm a little lost. So I presume this is a chaos demon they're fighting in this scene. And this demon, like, reaches into their minds and then kills them from within their own mind. So my question is, why weren't they able to resist that? There's spoilers, but there's one that is able to resist it. The one that knows no fear. So I presume it was using their fears against them. But, like, so on the one hand, the Space Marines are totally invulnerable to the other enemies, but this one enemy pretty much has them all dead to rights. So my question, Star Fury, is what was that creature and why was it so devastatingly effective? It was a what is a Zinchian sorcerer? I know who Zinch is. Okay, it was a Zinchian sorcerer. Do you recognize, Star Fury, what it was doing? I kind of didn't like the ending because it was unclear to me whether the Space Marines were going to evacuate the planet or just die with the bombardment, which would make no sense to me. I could understand bombarding the planet with some, Imperial Guard troops still there, because who cares about them? They're just meat for the grinder. But you don't just kill your own. Space Marines are a valuable resource. You don't just throw them away. So anyway, let me know your thoughts. But overall, it nailed the visuals, it nailed the tone and the motifs. So yeah, and it was badass. And there was no hint of this like pulling punches for a modern audience. So this is from Secret Level. They Shall Know No Fear, the 6th episode. I highly recommend it. I'm curious whether we can expect this same level of commitment to the lore from the Henry Cavill series. So we will see. Starfleet 8 with a report coming in directly says, Space Marines are not built to deal with psychers, except for specific types like librarians or Grey Wolves, who are specialists that deal with demons. Okay, fair enough. So they just don't have any real magical resistance like that. They're kind of dead to rights on that. Okay, fair enough. It's been a long time since I played 40K. All right, cool. Wrangler says, I gotta go. See you guys later. Yeah, I don't know how long my voice is going to last because I'm kind of under the weather and it's kind of starting to crack on me. Probably doesn't help that I'm yelling at Disney. Cough button. And now it's getting freaking hot in here and I'm sweating, which is great. Universal says when the metric goes to less than 1,500. Oh, sorry. I gotta catch up on what you were saying, Universal, because you were saying Sonic 3. So Mufasa got 2,767 per screen. Sonic 3 has 3,653. So that's the earnings. Sonic 3 is dominating Mufasa in the earnings. Sonic 3 got more screens because it's making more money per screen. But Universal, they only got, like, as of that report from That Park Place, they only got an additional 8 screens. You're saying Sonic 3 will get more screens next weekend as well. Well, I hope so. They definitely deserve it. Universal says when the metric goes to less than 1,500, then they start decreasing the screens. Stop Fury. Are you saying I'm not up to snuff? Rest yourself and come back better next week, mate? I appreciate that, Star Fury. I soldier on. Because I'm having too much fun. There's more in the stack of stuff. I can't go yet. Let's talk about Kraven, shall we? I would be remiss if I didn't. I am having the weirdest, like, temperature extremes, right? Like 1 minute I'm freezing and the next minute I'm sweating. I don't know if that's because of viral plague or what, but whatever. Maybe I have a cold. I'm not sure. Or maybe just the atmospheric variations do not agree with me in this climate. Share screen. Hat tip, Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet.
Just days before Kraven the Hunter released at the box office, Sony essentially made the announcement that their Sony Spider-Man universe, well, a Spider-Man universe with no Spider-Man in it, was effectively dead, that they needed to rethink everything. They admitted that they could have used Spider-Man, but they didn't want to confuse people. Well, you know what?
Do you see why I say these are dumb people that run these companies? What's confusing, Sony, is a bunch of Spider-Man characters with no Spider-Man. That's what's confusing. I mean, my God.
What's very confusing is having all these Spider-Man villains exist in this world where Spider-Man does not exist, trying to portray them all as anti-heroes of sort, instead of villains with Spider-Man as the hero. And of course, Kraven the Hunter went on to a miserable box office opening, a pathetic failure, and even...
You know what, though? But at least Sony is crying uncle, and they're admitting that this was a failed experiment. Honest to God, this is one of the most stupendously awful and ill-conceived, harebrained ideas in all of filmmaking. Like, this is one of the dumbest experiments in all of cinematic history. This idea of creating a bizarre anti-hero cinematic universe spun off from Spider-Man with no Spider-Man, with characters almost nobody even knows about outside the context of Spider-Man. But they finally admitted it. Imagine if Disney admitted that Disney Star Wars wasn't working. Imagine if they did that. God, what a relief that would be. Redoubt Production says, if it'll make you feel better. Damn it, I was on the wrong screen again. If it'll make you feel better, Captain, be it known I'm spending this afternoon to work on a script for a video about naval history. Oliver Hazard Perry, can I put in a request there, Redoubt? Battle of the Great Lakes? No. You already granted one of my requests. You must do as your conscience dictates, sir. But that is very tantalizing. Redoubt Production says, we will make a cinematic universe in which the protagonist of that franchise makes no appearances. I don't know the words to describe it. Yeah, no, it's the dumbest. I mean, Disney's had some whoppers, but this is the dumbest idea in all of entertainment. Probably dumber than Conquered. And that's saying something.
Even over Christmas, it hasn't been able to ride the box office wave that so many other movies are experiencing. This movie's going to end up far less than $100 million worldwide. They'll be lucky if they hit $75 million when it's all said and done. But now the Sony CEO, as he is the outgoing CEO for Sony Pictures, is making some statements about movies like Kraven the Hunter, movies like Madam Web, that were colossal box office flops. And instead of admitting the reality that, one, these movies just weren't very good to begin with, and that maybe they made a mistake by not including Spider-Man in this universe when they had the capability to do so, instead, he's blaming everyone else. Sony CEO thinks Madam Web and Kraven are not bad films, blames the press for Spider-Man spin-off failures. Hilariously...
Okay, so this is great, and we're going to get into that in just a second, but I have to pause this to make a couple observations. You know, I will give Zack Snyder a little bit of credit here, okay? And I know that seems like a non sequitur, but stick with me on this. I'm somewhat a fan of the Snyder cut of the Justice League, okay? I have my issues with it, but I mostly really enjoyed it and mostly really liked it. Here's something kind of interesting that the Snyder cut of Justice League did. It essentially pitted the Justice League against... What the hell is that dumb character's name? Steppenwolf? Yeah, that's right, Steppenwolf. Who was much better in the Snyder cut. He was really dumb character in the Whedon cut. Much better character in the Snyder cut. Steppenwolf, right, is collecting the Infinity Stones. I mean the rings. I mean, what the fuck was he collecting? Mr. Producer, what was he collecting? But boxes. What do you... No, I'm not... not like cardboard boxes. Magical boxes. Like, you know, like half a dozen. What did he need? Like 5 or Three? He needed three Okay, 3 magical boxes. And he just beats the crap out of all of, like, he beats the crap out of Wonder Woman, beats the crap out of Cyborg, right? Now, what's missing during that whole movie is Superman. So what's so cool about the Snyder Cut is it builds up your desire to see Superman arrive steadily but surely throughout the film so that when he does, it's epic, it's awesome. Now, my point is, if you had an IQ slightly above double digits at this company, Sony, and you were thinking, how could we take a sort of rogues gallery of Spider-Man that we own the rights to and create a really compelling cinematic universe that would put butts in the seats, what you might consider is, instead of making them all a bunch of sympathetic anti-heroes, why not make them villains and have them fighting maybe like the Black Cat or some of Spider-Man's, other lesser known characters. I don't know, some other Spider-Man characters that are good guys, right? Have them fighting these characters, but without Spider-Man's help. So that but we keep hinting that Spider-Man's going to arrive at some point. So that when Spider-Man arrives, we're excited and we're ready to see him fight him. Now, am I saying this is like a great idea? Not really, but I am saying it's a better idea than this. Because that's really the mistake here, is we should have had Spider-Man. Now, Morbius of Altair 4 says, in wokeness, villains have to... Am I too close to the mic? Do I need to back off the mic? Sorry about that. Morbius says, in wokeness, villains have to be sympathetic because there's no good and evil in wokeness. I'm going to turn the light down. There. I think I'm getting washed out again. That is absolutely true, Morbius of Altair 4. Wokeness desires so many wicked things that the only way it can justify itself is by saying that any moral objection to wokeness is simply a vestigial organ of the patriarchy or the legacy of slavery or some other wacko nonsense. So you're correct about this. However, I don't think that's entirely what's always driving it. There's another phenomenon which I call the Game of Thronesing of everything, which is that there's actually sort of two major stories that have been the absolute death of morality in storytelling in Hollywood. The first one is the novel Wicked. And even though I like the story of Wicked, it's one of the first culprits. And then another story I mostly like, which is Game of Thrones. Wicked introduced the idea of, oh no, the hero's the villain and the villain is the hero. Well, that's where that comes from, right? You have Maleficent, Captain Hook in the Peter Pan and Wendy movie, and dozens of other examples of villains that have now become sympathetic and really, Wanda, right, in Doctor Strange Mom is basically another example of this. She's the villain, but kind of like, oh, but it's not really her fault. And then you just have the general nihilism, which is that all morality is relative. There really are no such thing as good heroes, good guys, true good guys, and true bad guys. Because really, it's just a common belief, I think, in Hollywood that just a pure, straight-up hero is boring. And a straight-up bad guy is boring. They're not, but Hollywood believes that. Game of Thrones was a successful example of deconstructing the morality of a fantasy world, but the mistake is it's become a trope that's now, lazy people reach for. So it's not always wokeness that drives this morality, this relativistic morality. Some of it is just they're jumping on the bandwagon of Game of Thrones, which did it better, right? So let's see. Universal says, I thought wokeness was evil. Well, I consider it a malevolent ideology. There's no doubt about that. I think that people, another word for woke warriors is what we used to know them as social justice warriors. They think they're fighting for good. They think they're fighting for good things. The problem is when you start indulging in evil things like revenge and resentment and racism. Well, when you start using those things, censorship, bullying, tyranny, when you start using all those things, well, now you are the thing you sought to fight. So there you go. Morbius says woke people are real life villains. That's why they portray villains as sympathetic and morally gray. Perhaps.
Clueless Sony Pictures CEO doesn't know why Madam Web and Kraven bombed, believes critics were out to get them. And yes, you are talking about somebody who is completely ignoring reality here. There's been plenty of movies that have not done well with critics, but have gone on to be incredibly successful. We see examples of that all the time. And even Venom, which he brings up in his argument. Venom, the critics did not like Venom. That got like a 25%, 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. That was not well received by critics, but audiences really liked it. Went on to make a shit ton of money. Now, it didn't make as much money in the second and third iterations, certainly. But the idea that even though critics felt the same way about that as these other movies, well, that's the reason that all this happened is an absolute joke. Sony Pictures CEO admits Kraven the Hunter had worst launch in his tenure, doesn't understand why the film bombed. Speaking with the LA Times, Vince Aquero was asked, how do you feel about...
Thank you, Skunk's Workshop. The cough button was still on. Damn it. I forgot to turn off the cough button. But yeah, of course he doesn't understand why the film bombed. Because if he understood why the film bombed, he wouldn't have greenlit it in the first place.
About the performance of the film studio during your tenure. We've had mostly very, very good results. Unfortunately, Kraven that we launched last weekend and my last film launch is probably the worst launch we've had in the 7.5 years. So that didn't work out very well, which I still don't understand because the film is not a bad film. And this is not necessarily a video talking about all of the things that Sony has been involved in over the years, but specifically their own universe, their own Marvel universe that is a catastrophic failure. He was then pressed on both Madam Web and Kraven the Hunter. In his response, he blamed the media for Madam Web's failure. Let's just touch on Madam Web for a moment. Madam Web underperformed in the theaters because the press just crucified it. It was not a bad film, and it did great on Netflix. For some reason, the press decided they didn't want us making these films out of Kraven and Madam Web, and the critics just destroyed them. They also did that with Venom, but the audience loved Venom and made Venom a massive hit. So if that's your argument, that the press didn't like it, and that's why it failed, why is that not the same for Venom? Well, you said something there. The audience liked it. The audience did like Venom. They enjoyed Tom Hardy. They enjoyed the gimmick, the back and forth between him and Venom. They liked that. So that movie did well. Doesn't that tell you something about these other movies? Like, shouldn't that tell you something about Madam Web and Kraven the Hunter? Now, I think that Kraven the Hunter is a better movie than Madam Web. I still don't think it's good. I think there's a ton of fucking problems with it. It was clearly torn apart in the editing room. There's some weird voiceover stuff. There's some plot points that in the order they happen don't necessarily make sense. Feels like something was cut out there. They, for some reason, needed this 30-minute backstory origin story. It was not a good movie. That's why it's failing at the box office. Madam Web, as bad as it was, at least it was memeable. That's probably why it did well on Netflix when it got put out there, because people wanted to laugh at it. They didn't want to pay to go money in the theater, but they'd use their Netflix subscription to go laugh at this movie. But that kind of response is so wild. Now, I certainly do think that there's people in the media that don't like this film or this film, and they bash it. I do the same thing. I'm going to bash films that I don't think are very good. But using that as a scapegoat. Oh, the critics, they destroyed this film. They tried to do it with Venom, but it didn't work because the audience loved it. Yeah, the audience didn't love Kraven. The audience didn't love Madam Web. The audience didn't like these kind of side Spider-Man universe characters as your focal point in this universe that really can't stand without Spider-Man. And Sony, they are the ones that decided not to use Spider-Man. They admitted that. They said, well, we thought it would cause confusion between this and the MCU. You have the rights to one of the most beloved characters in Spider-Man. You could have used him, but you didn't. These are your faults, your decisions that led to this.
I want you to think about for a second the absolute insanity of these executives. So on the one hand, we have the Sony universe, okay? They won't use a Sam Raimi, they won't greenlight like a Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire movie. They won't even greenlight a new Andrew Garfield movie, which I think both could be successful at this point. The Tom Holland Spider-Man is far and away the least of the cinematic Spider-Man. It's not even really a debate. Instead of that, Sony creates these bizarre anti-hero films. Then you've got James Gunn over here at DC. James Gunn over at DC. He's spending all this time on Creature Commandos and other nonsense. Meanwhile, the very first Superman teaser trailer is stuffed with shoehorns. We got fucking robots and dinosaurs and Hawk Girl and Sam Gardner and all this shit. Then over here at Marvel, we've got Sam Wilson, Captain America. And we are shoehorning Chris Evans into a new movie. We are shoehorning Robert Downey Jr. into Doctor Doom when really we just want to see him be Iron Man. That's what we want. We want to see RDJ be Iron Man. That's what we want. Nobody fucking wants to see him be Doctor Doom. Can we just get real for a second? Nobody wants to see him play Doctor Doom. Do you know what all three of these dumb studios have in common? They will not give audiences the simple layup slam dunk that they want. We want a Spider-Man film. We want a Superman film. And we want a freaking Iron Man film. And you won't give it to us. What is wrong with these idiots? They work so hard to leave their MVPs on the table. It's bizarre. It's really strange.
Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter, all of them are bad movies. It feels like they are a trilogy. It feels like they were made and written by the exact same people because they all have very similar flaws. And now as you're saying goodbye to Sony, you're blaming those flops, not on the movies, not on the movies themselves, but instead the general audience. I have a spoiler alert for you. It's not just the media that didn't like these movies. The audience didn't like these movies. The audience was roasting Madam Web. The critics weren't the ones that started that. The audience, they were the ones that roasted, especially a lot of those trailers and stuff like that. That had nothing to do with the media. I don't fucking like the mainstream media. I think that's pretty clear if you've watched enough of my videos. But the idea that they were the ones that were mocking Madam Web, everyone was mocking Madam Web. That's why it performed the way it did. And now,
hat tip Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, a brilliant analysis. And I would just add one more to that, which is the audience didn't want these movies. We didn't want them. I sure as hell didn't want the Venom movies because there's no Spider-Man in the Venom movies. I didn't want those movies. But leaving those aside, nobody wanted Morbius. Nobody wanted Madam Web. Nobody wanted Kraven. Universal says Snyder Cut was better than regular cut, but I still wasn't a fan of the movie. It had a few good parts, but most were nonsensical. Yeah, I mean, it's still not great, but it's pretty entertaining, I have to say, the Snyder Cut. And there was potential there. As usual, though, it was a little too grim. But at least it seemed to fit the stakes that the characters were up against. I will say the Flash in that movie remains a really creepy and annoying character. So that tracks. Okay. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Ahoy, Starshippers. Ahoy, Anthony. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. All right, now we're going to do the pitch meeting for Kraven. Hat tip pitch meeting. Here we go. Share screen.
So, you have a non-Spider-Man Spider-Man movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking we'd make one about Kraven the Hunter. And what's the ever-so-slight Spider-Man connection in this one? He will see some spiders in a hallucination once. Nailed it! So we're gonna meet this guy, Sergei Kravinoff, right? Right. And he's this badass vigilante killer guy who's known as Kraven the Hunter, but nobody can...
Wait. He said he hallucinated spiders. I just realized.
Figure out who he is. Well, he just shortened his actual name. Nobody can figure out who this guy is. Anyway, we're gonna see him kill an arms dealer in a prison, escape from the prison, and get away on an airplane. Who's flying the plane? Hey, shut up. So then it's flashback time to when he was younger.
That's my favorite. Hey, shut up. I'm gonna pop more drugs. Legal. They're legal drugs. Don't mind me. Roll tape, Mr. Producer.
Oh, I guess it'll be cool to see a glimpse of that. For 30 minutes of screen time. Oh my god. So he and his brother were raised by their criminal dad who takes them hunting, and Kraven gets freaking mauled fatally by a lion. Oh man, it's gonna be tough to survive a fatal lion attack. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh really? Yeah, cause see, before that happens, there's gonna be a scene with this girl Calypso who's talking with her grandmother who can like see the future or whatever. Okay. And her grandmother is like, this tarot card of a lion means you're going to save someone from an accident with this potion I'm giving you now, and it's going to heal them in unexpected ways. That's going to happen soon. And so is that exactly what then happens? And so that's exactly what then happens. Grandmas who nail it are tight. Okay, and so then Kraven is healed and he gets really cool powers. Oh, what are his powers? Well, he can be strong and he can jump and he can do, sometimes his eyes go yellow and he can zoom in on things with his eyes when he wants to, and he can do jumps and his muscles are big. And he does tracking. Sick! Oh, cool. That's so many things. So he abandons his brother with the dad and grows up to be Kraven the Hunter, and he fights bad guys and fights for animal rights. Isn't this guy a villain in the comics? Yeah, but you know, how am I supposed to make a movie where a villain is the hero? Why are we even making these? Yeah, I don't know. We'll stop soon. So anyway, every year Kraven...
I love how he swerves it. Why are we even making these? I don't know. We'll stop soon. We'll stop. Morbius of Altair 4 saying, honestly, I didn't even know this movie existed until I turned on this stream. Well, I'm sorry to inform you, Morbius. It did exist.
Even goes to visit his...
but it went down to terrible failure, so let that reassure you.
His brother in London for his birthday, but this year his brother gets kidnapped. A terrible birthday surprise! Yeah, it turns out this freaking bad guy grabbed him. And who's this bad guy? Well, he's the Rhino, and 16 years earlier, Kraven's dad was kinda mean to him, so he went to see a doctor who made him strong, and now he could turn into a Rhino man. I have no further questions. I have no further...
I have no further... You know what's really dumb about this is the Rhino in the comics is a very simple character. He's just a super buff, strong dude, and he got like this indestructible like skin suit attached to him, but it got stuck. Like it's stuck to him and he can't get it off. So it's become like this curse. But it makes him sort of indestructible. He's not literally a rhino. He's just stuck in this suit. Why are they trying to get so cute with this stuff? I don't understand.
Their answers. So then Kraven's dad refuses to pay the ransom, so Kraven decides to track down Calypso. Why? To frickin' help him track down and hunt the bad guys. Isn't he the best tracker? Yeah, and he says he's been trying to track down Calypso for years, and he finally found her. How did he finally do it? By being the best hunter and tracker in the world. No one can do it like this guy. So why does he...
Okay. All right, pause this for a second, because I just got to show you something, chat. Let me see if I can find this. There it is. I just want to find. Yeah, here it is. Okay, share the screen. This is the teaser. This is the description of the film. Quote, Kraven the Hunter is the action-packed R-rated standalone story. Why do you have to say that? Why do you say it's standalone? Because if you know who Kraven is, that he's part of Spider-Man, you'll assume it's part of Spider-Man, but it's not, so it's standalone. But if you don't know who Kraven is, well, I guess you don't. I guess you just know it's a standalone movie. Fuck off. Resume quote. It is the standalone story of how one of Marvel's most iconic villains came to be. No. Aaron Taylor Johnson plays Kraven, a man whose complex relationship with his ruthless gangster father, Nikolai Kravenov, Russell Crowe, starts him down a path of vengeance with brutal consequences, motivating him to become not only the greatest hunter in the world, but also one of the most feared. What the fuck is this? Motivating? That's not a story. This is a story. What's the story? The story is a man who is a hunter. What you mean? Like he hunts like deer and game? No, not like that. Like a hunter. What does he hunt? Like gangsters. You mean like a hitman or like a mercenary? No, not like that. Like a hunter, like a vigilante. He's a vigilante that's taking out gangsters. No, like the Punisher. No, he's not a Punisher. He's not a vigilante. He's a hunter, but not of game. That's not a thing. God, I'm just being murdered to my poor throat today. I've got to chill out. My voice can't take it today. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. You were telling me, hypothetical studio executive or idiot writer, whichever you prefer. You were telling me what the story was. A hunter who has a complex relationship. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, that's really going to get people to go to the theater. With his gangster father, starts down a path of vengeance. Vengeance for what? Stuff! Well, like, was his family murdered or something? No! Just bad stuff happened, and he wants vengeance. What's so hard to understand? He's a hunter, not of game, of bad guys. And now he wants to be the even gooder hunter. He wants to be the greatest of all hunters ever. Okay, who else does this? Who else does this? Like, what are the other hunters he's competing against? Oh, there's lots. There's lots of hunters that don't hunt animals and are not vigilantes or mercenaries, but that hunt people. You mean like a serial killer? No, not like that. Not like Dexter. Okay, so like another guy that describes himself as a hunter and wears furs, who's not a furry, and attacks other gangsters, but not for vigilante purposes. You're saying there's others like that in the world? Well, no, they'd also have to have superpowers. They would? Oh. I'm telling you, chat, this description is one of the fucking stupidest things I've ever seen. It makes no sense. This is literally not even a thing. This is literally not even a thing. There's no thing here. You know what I'm saying? A man whose complex relationship with his ruthless gangster father, Nikolai Kravenov, in a word, starts him down a path of vengeance with brutal consequences, motivating him to become not only the greatest hunter, but not of game, in the world, but also its most feared, although there are no other such hunters in existence. So he's the greatest hunter by default? No! You don't understand my story! Roll tape.
Does he need her help to track down these bad guys? All right. So she explains how she saved his life with the potion from her grandma back in the day. Right. And how her grandma died shortly after that trip, and she never saw her again. Both those things? Yes. And eventually this other bad guy called the Foreigner is going to join the party too, because he also wants Kraven dead. Oh yeah? How come? Bad guy reasons. Oh my god. So Kraven and Calypso...
Bad guy reasons. I know.
Go to this African sanctuary where Kraven lives, and out of nowhere this big cat pounces on him and they fight. Oh no, jungle cat! But it turns out they're like friends, so it was kind of play fighting. All right, good. So then inside the sanctuary, Kraven tells Calypso that he's the best hunter in the world. No one could take him on. A cat just snuck up on him. Yeah, but other than that jungle cat just now, nobody can do it. Oh, okay. So then the Foreigner shows up and uses...
No, but no! The Sony CEO said it himself. This is not a bad movie. It's a good movie. All right, how about this, my dear sailors and starnauts? I'm just going to rewrite this stupid piece of trash just a little bit here. How would this be for a better concept? Rated R. And it's about... it's about a man who is raised by a father who is an exotic game hunter. This would be Russell Crowe's character, Nikolai. And he's an exotic game hunter, and he's part of an elite, rich, and powerful international crime ring of poachers and big game, exotic game hunters who illegally go around the world killing endangered species, whatever, and they do it for sport. They do it to be manly, and he teaches his son all of the most effective ways of killing. But there's a problem. This is illegal, and so governments around the world send out guys to kill them. So some of their numbers, some of the hunters, and you could give this organization some kind of name, like the I don't know what the name would be, but some league, right? Whatever. And within their ranks, they have a special kind of hunter who is trained to take out the operatives that try and hunt them down and stop them. You know, like S.H.I.E.L.D. maybe comes after him. Like Wakanda dispatches people to like go out and stop them because they're doing all this shit, right? And so they have specially trained hunters who not only hunt the most dangerous game, well, the most dangerous animal game, but they hunt the most dangerous game, which is man. And so they are literally trained to make the hunted, the hunters become the hunted. And so Nikolai has trained his son in all of this. Already, I think that's a better setup. And we see him just murdering some beautiful giraffe. You know, just like, oh no, it killed the giraffe. This beautiful elephant with its ivory, tusks just whacks it. Poor thing's all bleeding and pain. It's like, finish it, son. Finish it. And we just see him. I don't want to, Daddy, so I'll finish it, or I'll finish you. And then he's like, God! Takes out the elephant. So he is a hunter, and he knows how to hunt all these things, and maybe that's one possible plot line, is that he hates what his father did to him and wants to hunt it. But then that would ruin the character, so that's a good setup, but I don't have the rest of it. No, there's no way to make this a movie. There's no way to make this a movie. It's a stupid idea. Hunters Incorporated. No, Anthony, I can't do that. Hunter stuff. Furby the Hunter. It's not a bad movie. It's just written that way. Star Fury saying, we all wish it didn't exist. And yes, Anthony, I agree. Pitch meeting, always fun to watch. Roll tape.
His time-freezing hypnosis powers to inject Kraven with a deadly toxin. Well, but then Calypso freaking shoots this guy in the eye with an arrow. Oh, is she an archer? She is. She mentioned that skill of hers in the very previous scene and then delivered on it immediately. Hey, what's the minimum amount of time for something to count as foreshadowing? Unclear. So then she uses another potion to revive Kraven and he's back in business. Oh man, this guy really is unstoppable as long as nobody sneaks up on him or has powers and that there's some magic potion available. Yeah, and so now the Rhino's gonna take matters into his own hand. Paws? His paws? Hooves. He's gonna take matters into his own hooves. Is he gonna look cool and badass as the Rhino? So then he and Kraven get in a big fight. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Wow. And Kraven's trying to frickin' stab this guy, but his rhino skin is impenetrable. So what does he do? He penetrates his rhino skin and stabs him. Oh, good. And then he makes a herd of buffalo trample him. And that hurts, despite the super strong skin? Yes, he dies. Yay. And then Kraven realizes his own dad is the one who sent the rhino after him, so he gets a bear to kill him. This guy's letting all kinds of animals do his dirty work. He sure is, sir. And then sometime later, he finds out that his brother has gone to that same rhino doctor who turned him into a chameleon man. Oh? Yeah, drop a little sequel bait, maybe for a sequel. This isn't getting a sequel. Okay, well, I'm not removing that. My delete key's broken. Well, okay then. It turns out Kraven's father has left him behind that iconic fur vest that he wears, so now he looks real cool. He puts that on. I thought he hated his father. Yeah, but it looks very cool, so he's gonna wear it now. I guess that makes sense. And so that's about it. What do you think? Well, to be honest, as long as it's better received than Morbius and Madam Web, I'm happy. That shouldn't be too hard to do. No, it should not be.
Fantastic. Yes, hat tip, pitch meeting. Give him a like, give him a follow. Super hilarious. Universal saying Russell must be proud to have been in this. I mean, Russell Crowe's been in so many stinkers. I thought The Pope's Exorcist was terrible. Just terrible. Just a laughable, silly story that could have been so interesting. Speaking of laughable, silly stories, I got one for you. Who was it that said, I think it was Morbius of Altair 4 said, honestly, didn't know this movie existed before I came on this screen. Well, Morbius, I'll do you one better. I bet you there's another movie you didn't even know existed before this stream, and I'm going to share it with you right now. Hat tip, Critical Drinker.
Delma, my wife and I have been talking about the problems we are having with the mail.
This cannot be real.
The Postal Battalion?
It's not real. Nobody would make a show about this.
This is our mission! And we will not fail!
Oh my god, it is real.
Oh my god!
Allow me to pose you a question, dear viewer. When you think of the heroes of the Second World War, what do you imagine in your mind? Could it be the first wave of British and American soldiers who went ashore into a storm of fire and metal?
And Canadian. Probably some Australians. I don't know. I don't know if Australians were there, but Canadians too.
On the beaches of Normandy, maybe the Soviet conscripts, starving and badly equipped, who charged to almost certain death across the frozen, blasted hellscape of Stalingrads. Perhaps the Marines slogging through the steaming jungles and islands of the Pacific against a fanatically determined enemy. Well, if your answer fell into any of those categories, then clearly...
You've got to do better, Senator. You've got to step up.
Because as everyone knows, the truly heroic battle of the Second World War was sorting a backlog of undelivered mail. I can't, man. Like, what are we even doing here? That right there is the subject of Netflix's compelling new show.
Do you like this one, Redoubt? We talked about this on Discord. Sorting fucking mail. I get the sequel will be the brigade that I can't say this. I can't say it. Never mind.
Oh, the 6888, based on the real-life exploits. Wait, is exploits really the word I'm looking for here? The real-life administrative...
Of course you watch Drinker Morbius, because I do too. We all watch Drinker. Universal says, Fury, I got a cuckoo clock for Christmas. It goes cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Cool, thanks, Universal.
...task that was carried out by...
Do you love your cuckoo clock, Universal? I mean, that's a pretty cool gift.
...the American 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion during World War II. And no, I'm not making this up. And I know this totally isn't how unit designations work, but I really love the idea that there's almost 7,000 postal battalions in the US Army. We don't get much fighting done in this here army, but goddamn, our letters arrive on time every time. The gist of the show, and I'm going to do my best to make this sound as dramatic as possible here, is that by 1944 there was a massive backlog of mail to and from the hundreds of thousands of men fighting on the front lines in Europe. Naturally, this was bad for morale because soldiers like to get news from their families back home, so the army assigned the 6888 Battalion to tackle the problem. And they did, by working quickly and efficiently to sort and deliver letters. I mean, that's it really.
Really?
So why exactly were Netflix keen to make a multi-million-dollar TV show about it?
You mean the White Women's Army Corps? Or is there another?
Well, I think...
Dean Norris. Well, is there another? Is there another?
You know why. Isn't it funny when studios are fully aware that their output's grown so ridiculous that it's literally become a meme, and instead of course correcting to prove their detractors wrong, they just say, fuck it, we're going all in, boys. Like, I can totally get behind the idea of telling lesser known stories or promoting the unsung heroes of World War II, especially ones from more diverse backgrounds that you don't tend to hear much about, and there's a plethora of stuff to choose from if you care to look for it. Like Virginia Hall, a distinguished OSS field agent who worked in occupied Europe, created an entire spy network by herself, helped to arm French commandos, and was the only female civilian to receive the Distinguished Service Cross.
Holy shit. What a great movie that would make. Like, no joke, what a great freaking movie that would make. This is a brilliant call-out by Drinker here.
Or the Tuskegee Airmen, an all-black fighter unit who flew bomber escort missions over Europe and were credited with destroying or damaging over 400 enemy aircraft. Or Ludmila
Another great one!
Pavlichenko, a Russian sniper known as Lady Death by her enemies, who was the most successful female sniper of the war with over 300 confirmed kills. Or...
Oh, man! Dude, Stalingrad is a great fertile territory for kind of the sort of lesser known stories of World War II.
Vernon Baker, an African-American soldier who personally took out 3 German machine gun nests, a command post and a dugout after his platoon was pinned down by superior German forces and was eventually awarded the Medal of Honor. Or the Night Witches, an all-female bomber regiment who took to the air in rickety old biplanes that were so overloaded the pilots couldn't even carry parachutes, who flew in pitch darkness and attacked German positions all along the Eastern Front. I could go on and on for hours listing people and groups who fought and often died for their countries in World War II and deserve a lot more recognition than they got, whose stories would lend themselves pretty easily to a movie or TV show, and you're telling me that this is the best you could come up with? Fucking postal workers? I mean, no disrespect whatsoever to the real-life women who actually did this work. I'm sure it was long and tedious and demanding by today's standards, but describing their story as heroic is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? It's not like they were fighting on the front lines and risking life and limb to deliver vital communications that would turn the tide of battle or anything. They were sorting mail in an admin building in England, and they didn't even get there until February 1945 when the war was practically over. Sorry ladies, but paper cuts and cold coffee isn't quite the same level of danger as storming an enemy bunker or facing down a German Tiger tank. Tell me, what else have you got in store for us, Netflix? The inspirational story of Bob from accounts and his attempts to file his backlog of TPS reports before the end of the tax year? Brenda's heroic last-minute push to have that PowerPoint presentation ready in time for the big corporate seminar? Larry refusing to let a shortage of printer ink stop him from displaying warnings about leaving unwashed dishes in the break room? Fuck you, Larry, I do what I want. Like I said, I'm all for recognizing the lesser-known contributions made during the war, but I don't think this is the way to go about it. Trying to frame every single person who performed even the most basic admin tasks in the safest environment possible as a hero isn't just a disingenuous attempt to pretend that chosen demographic group number 2 contributed just as much as everyone else, but it's pretty fucking disrespectful to the actual heroes who fought and died for their countries. Those two things are not the same, so stop trying to pretend that they are. And honestly, it's tough to think of a better example of modern Hollywood entitlement and hubris, not to mention the complete lack of hardship and adversity faced by writers today, that this is what they consider a heroic and inspirational story. And as tempted as I am to watch it just for the unintentional lulz, I think I'm gonna have to give the 6888 a dishonorable discharge. At ease, soldiers, because that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip critical drinker. So yes, and then Redoubt and I were talking about this on the Discord. And he was saying, you know, like, well, what was it? You were saying something kind of like maybe there's a case to be made for it, but like I was just saying, look, the issue is that it's such a bizarre obsession of DEI. It's like, go find me a way we can shoehorn, air quotes, diversity into a World War II story. And it's like, well, there actually are lots of great, he just listed all those great examples in the video, but because they're so blinded by their wacko ideology, you know, they just don't even look for those more interesting stories. I'm trying to find Redoubt. I've got to find where's this video? You sent me the video of the War of 1812 thing. Where is it? Was that a direct message? Because I want to play that next. That might have been a direct message. No. It was in the forward lounge. I must not be going back far enough. That's probably what it is. Oh yeah, here we go. There it is. I got it. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Let me grab. I have no idea why, but like Discord makes it so unbelievably difficult to just grab a link. It's so, I don't know why that is. All right, here we go. So this is the video that Redoubt Production sent me, and it's freaking amazing. I've never seen this before.
Why do men fight?
For honor, Sarah. For honor.
Okay, but like really, why?
Honor was vague, right?
Yeah.
It might have something to do with taxes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Long ago. During a time, there was a war. What's great about this is, so this is about the War of 1812. I love the War of 1812. It's like one of my favorite little nooks and crannies of history. And it's kind of what my Blood and Oak novel series is building up to. It's building up to the War of 1812. So this has a special place in my heart.
I have to go.
Where?
Out west. Maybe really far south. It could be Canada.
When will you return?
You know what? I might have to go out to sea.
And if you see an engine, shoot!
I love that. I might have to go out to sea. Folks. I'm such a nerd. I am such a nerd because this is hilarious.
Wait, I thought the Indians were on our side. I thought they were with the British.
Didn't we already fight the British?
I died to protect England's right to... To what? To... to what?
My people are involved in this somehow.
Who did this? Seriously, who did this? I don't know.
It was General Grant's army. Ulysses Grant.
That can't be right.
You know, I was sure it was right before I said it. But it did sound kind of weird once it came out of my mouth. Funny how that happens, you know?
No. No! We will rise against the British.
This is like one of my favorite parts of the trailer. We will rise against the British.
And the Indians. And the French. No. Yeah? No, not the French. Not the French.
Not the French, no.
Sorry. Yes, the French. They may burn our crops. They may take our land. There could be provinces involved. We will stand strong. We will charge. We will charge. We will take their territories one by one. No. We will do what I said before. We'll just protect the frontier. Huh? Okay. Protect the frontier! Yeah! Let's give it a shot! What happened during this time? Wikipedia had nothing!
That's so awesome. we will fight the British and the Indians and the French. No, not the French. Not the French. I'm sorry. But you know what? I'm sorry. Yes, the French. That's so good. What happened in this time? The irony is that before World War II and World War I, the War of 1812 was pretty well known to most Americans. Most Americans actually did know a lot about it because it was the first real war where America had no help and was up against it. And there was a sort of greatest generation that came out of that. And it was a source of... It's really the war that actually pulled the states together into a true union. It was the war that really founded national American pride, because before that, mostly people identified with their states more than they identified with the United States. So really, that is the war that united Americans after the Revolutionary War against your kind, Starfield, eh? That would be the British. Actually, it's the war that made Great Britain and America friends. Seriously. Because after that, we had no more problems. We got it all out of our system. There were no more hard feelings. We really did kind of get the special relationship that led all the way into the World War II alliance. That began with the War of 1812. And the other really amazing thing that came out of the War of 1812 is, of course, the United States national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner, which was a poem written by Francis Scott Key at the bombardment of Fort McHenry, which was in Baltimore, by the British. And he was forced as a prisoner aboard the British vessel to watch them try and bombard an American fort into submission overnight. And it was such a stunning and unbelievable experience in his life, and the fort never surrendered. They never struck the flag, which, you know, when you strike colors, it means lowering your flag, which meant surrender in that day, in those times. And the fact that he found himself straining in the night to see if the U.S. flag was still flying over the fort, inspired him to write the poem, The Star-Spangled Banner, which is an eyewitness account of that battle, which went viral and was printed in all the newspapers from north to south. It became one of the most favorite poems in America. It later was, in the early 1800s, I guess, they put it to a popular tavern tune, and it became a very popular song. And then that very popular song eventually was voted in as the national anthem in the mid-1800s. So the War of 1812 was actually a very profound war. The problem is then World War I and World War II happened, and everyone forgot about it. And now, we're, who knows? Maybe one day nobody will even remember what World War II was about because they'll all be talking about some other conflict. So anyway, I just find that hilarious because I don't blame people for not understanding the War of 1812. It is kind of an odd one. But the simplest way to put it is it was basically the Second War of Independence is basically what it was. Britain came back to finish the job, and America said no. It's not quite that simple, but that's the best way to contextualize it, I find. But sometimes just like brothers, you gotta slug it out, and then you're friends. It was like after the War of 1812, it was like Step Brothers. It was like the line from Step Brothers. It was like, did we just become best friends? Morbius of Altair 4 says, a comedy about the War of 1812 is strangely appropriate because the Americans bungled most of that war. The hell we did! Oh, that's a bad take, Morbius. No way. Are you kidding me? If anything, the Brits bungled that war. We blunted all three invasions. We stopped them at the Great Lakes, we stopped them at Baltimore, and we stopped them at New Orleans. They had 3 invasions, and all 3 failed. And we had basically fought the most powerful nation on Earth to a draw with a navy that vastly outnumbered ours and an army that vastly outnumbered ours with no other allies. France was not there to help us that time. Hey, if you fight a superpower to a draw, that's pretty impressive. Even Ukraine can't do that. Star Fury says, no one knows what happened in that time. I know, Star Fury. I do. And so does Redoubt Productions. Skunk's Workshop says London has new problems now. True. Star Fury says, then why does no one ever sing the fucking national anthem properly? That would be the American national anthem, of course. What do you mean? Of course they do. They sing it properly all the time at like every ball game. Morbius says the British burned the White House and our invasion of Canada was bungled. Well, you can't win them all, Morbius. And honestly, the burning of the White House was actually, it was more of an L for the British than it was for the Americans because it sort of ceded all moral. It ceded the moral authority of the British because it was such a spiteful and ruthless act that even in Britain, the public did not like that. They were like, why would you burn the White House? What was the point of that? And it was a very odd decision, even in its time. So, Skunk's Workshop says, I always described it as in the Revolutionary War, we won our freedom, and in 1812, we defended it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What else is in the stack of stuff? I do have, so I told you I've been going down this Asmongold rabbit hole. So I showed you the 6888, right? So there's an Asmongold video on it. I've not seen this yet, and it's not too long of one, so I figured I'd react to this video with you. So share screen. What are you on about, Star Fury? What's Star Fury saying? He's saying, have you heard all those renditions, the anthem at every Super Bowl? Cringe. Now, Star Fury, You're just trying to tune me up. You're just trying to trigger my national pride. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not going to allow that. I'm not going to allow you to make me angry or trigger me. I'm far too savvy for that. You know damn well that national anthem is flawless, mostly. There are some bungled performances, but mostly it's beautiful. I'll tell you, the performance of it by the choir at the Army-Navy game where Trump attended recently was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
This cannot be real. Netflix cannot stop Netflixing. You want to know what I think is the funniest thing about this topic?
Jumbo?
The funniest thing about this is the fact that this is apparently real, but people are so fatigued from forced DEI that they view an actual historical depiction of something that happened during, I think, World War II as being fake.
Gentlemen, my wife and I have been talking about the problems we are having with the mail.
This cannot be real.
Oh no! He's reacting to Critical Drinker.
Still battalion?
It's not real. Nobody would make a show about this.
This is...
Well, he's reacting to the video I just reacted to, and that would just be too much. So we'll skip that one. But I'm seeing if I can find this. This is for Star Fury. Hang on. Here we go. This is for Star Fury.
Under the direction of Connie Chase.
Hell yes! Oh man! Oh, Star Fury. Oh, Star Fury, my dear Star Fury. You get it's that's it. That's it. That's checkmate. We got to break this down here. Okay, Star Spangled Banner lyrics, right? We're going to go line by line. Okay, so here's what happened. Francis Scott Key, in the War of 1812, he was in Baltimore. He was I believe he was a lawyer. Yeah, he's a lawyer. And he traveled for work up and down the eastern seaboard. He wasn't particularly patriotic or political. He was pretty apolitical. He didn't really care much about the war, one side or the other. He was just a guy trying to do his job. He was trying to get home aboard a ship to leave Baltimore to get home after doing his business when the British blockaded the port and they stopped all traffic going in or out. They wouldn't let anyone in or out. And they were planning to bombard Fort McHenry, a naval bombardment, while the land army stormed Baltimore. So what they did is they arrested every civilian attempting to leave, and they temporarily detained them aboard their ships and said, you can't leave, because they didn't want any spies getting out and warning anyone else, about what was going on. right? So they said, until the battle's over and we've won, you're going to have to stay with us. So Francis Scott Key found himself in the awkward position of being a civilian detained by the British aboard one of their ships and sort of being a captive audience to the battle. So we begin with the first part of his poem, "Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming?" Right. So literally he was forced to watch. The battle was all night long. It raged from twilight all the way till the dawn's early light. So all night long he was standing on the ship watching this battle. "Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight." Now, the flag that was used in this battle, help me out with the names, Redoubt. Who was in command of Fort McHenry? I forget the name of who was in command of Fort McHenry. Hit me with that in the chat if you have it. But basically, hang on. I can't. I got to find it. I'm good, but I'm not that good. Battle of Baltimore. Yeah, it looks like the commanders were Samuel Smith, John Stricker, George Armistead. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been Major General Robert Ross. That sounds familiar. But basically, he ordered a flag to be sewn. He wanted it to be the largest flag possible because he wanted the British to be able to see it from the farthest ship in the harbor. He was like, I don't want anyone to be able to miss this flag. So he hired the local seamstresses to sew a new flag from scratch. She had something like 13 seamstresses in her staff. It took all of them all night long. They had to use the entire floor of their shop to sew this enormous flag in record time. And it was massive. Because America, it was massive. So he hoisted this flag over Fort McHenry, this big, beautiful, beautiful flag, biggest flag you've ever seen. So that's where you get broad stripes and bright stars, right? Then the British set about bombarding the fort. They used mortars, they used cannons, and they used rockets. Rockets were in use by that point in history, and they would explode, and the mortars had shells that would explode, right? And a couple of them there was one shell that went through the roof of the fort and landed right next to the powder magazine. And had it exploded, it would have been the end of the battle because it would have blown up the whole fort. Fortunately, the mortar was a dud, and it didn't detonate, or else the British would have won the battle. So we resume with the lyrics. "O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly, what's doing in this? Streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there." So Francis Scott Key is standing on this ship in the pitch black of night. And he's desperate. He's desperate to see whether we've surrendered or not. And he finds himself invested in the outcome, even though he's not a particularly patriotic guy. He's not a particularly political guy, but he's found himself caught up in this. And so every time one of the rockets explode or one of the mortars go off, it gives a brief flash of light that lights up the flag. Yes, they haven't surrendered yet. Good, we're still in the fight. That's what that meant every time he saw it. So all night long, he's straining for every little glimpse of that flag. "Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?" So at the end of the battle, at the dawn's early light, he saw what he saw at the twilight's last gleaming, which was our flag was still there, and the fort had not surrendered, and the British had failed, and they gave up. The land force failed to take the city, and the British failed to bomb the fort into submission, and they broke off the attack. And they released the detainees, and Francis Scott Key was free to go home. But he immediately wrote that poem, and he published it in the Baltimore newspaper, and it went, in our words, it went viral. It just went to every newspaper across the land, and that was a moment that converted Francis Scott Key into a patriot. He became a patriot in that moment, and it coalesced the entire country around a national identity and pride. So the War of 1812 gave us that. So when you ask yourself, well, what happened in this time? Well, that happened, and it was pretty cool. Thank you, Redoubt. Redoubt has it. George Armistead's nephew, Louis Armistead, Brigadier General, killed during Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. Oh, interesting. Technically, there were two flags, a storm flag that flew during the actual battle, then the garrison flag, which was raised the morning after the bombardment. It is the latter that was preserved. While there are several examples of privately made American flags with additional stripes, the Star-Spangled Banner is the only one authorized by the U.S. Army. It has 15 stripes for 15 states. Skunk's Workshop says, Tier, you're goddamn right. Big agree, Skunks. Morbius of Altair 4 says, 200 years later, it still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave. It sure does, doesn't it? Redoubt Production says, the flag regulations were not quite tight yet. So sometimes you had flags with stripes to match the states. Yes, I remember that. And I was very specific about the flag that's on the cover of my book, Blood and Oak, is historically accurate. And I remember that when I sent it to the artist to make the flag, he actually questioned it. He's like, there's too many stripes on this flag. And I was like, nope, it's accurate because it's a period specific flag. Let me see if I can find it. This is the full design by Pablo Fernandez, my artist. No, that's not it. Let me go to, hang on, delay of game. Let's see. This will do. I just want the cover. I just need the cover, Mr. Producer. It's probably under images. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This'll do. Share screen. So this is the artwork from my book, Blood and Oak. And I was very specific about getting the flag right. That was very important to me. This is my character, John Sullivan. So you can see the flag right there with the correct number of stripes and 15 stars, which was the design you would have seen back then. Pretty sweet, huh? I was very happy with this. So there you go. Blood and Oak, available on Amazon right now. All right. What else we got in the stack of stuff? One more video for the road, my dear sailors and starnauts. I did mention the Doctor Who ratings. Maybe two more. We'll see if my voice can hold out. This one from Dave Cullen seemed pretty interesting. Here we go. Share screen.
Doctor Who did another Christmas special this year. It was called
Hat Tip Dave Cullen Show. I am not a Doctor Who follower, so I rely on guys like Dave Cullen to tell me what's going on in Doctor Who land.
Called Joy to the World. Keep in mind, Ncuti Gatwa is still the Doctor. Now, one of the biggest complaints...
Thank you, Morbius, saying, love that cover. Makes you want to go kick some butt. Yeah, by the way, he's kicking the butt of the Barbary Pirates in that scene. And by the way, that is meant to be a scene from the book. So, and Specifically, it's in part 3 of book 1.
Of this current era of Doctor Who remains the inclusion of the message. And of course, the fact that this iteration of the Doctor, much like Michael Burnham on Star Trek Discovery, actually, he just cannot stop crying, it seems. So, Joy to the World is the new Christmas special, which aired on Christmas Day, of course. And we have the viewing numbers for this episode now.
Yeah, the problem is the movement of like men should be able to cry and show their feelings went way too far. Like way too far. And now crying is like the love language of the modern world or the modern Western world. And it's pathetic.
Specifically the overnight ratings, not the final consolidated ratings, but nevertheless, they are a good indicator, a very good guide of how the episode will perform overall. First off, Rotten Tomatoes shows us an audience score of just 39% for this episode. Boy, oh boy, that is very low indeed. The overnight ratings were just 4.11 million viewers on television. So this article is from radiotimes.com. Doctor Who overnight ratings revealed for Christmas special Joy to the World. The overnight ratings for Doctor Who's 2024 Christmas special Joy to the World have been revealed. The Stephen Moffat penned episode, which aired on Christmas Day at 5:10 p.m. on BBC One, secured 4.11 million viewers according to Barb's overnight ratings. It must be noted that this is not the full story, as it doesn't include viewers who will be watching on catch-up. This number is expected to rise when the 7-day consolidated viewing figures come in. Yeah, but that's true for every episode. That's true for every series. It's not good that the overnight ratings are this low. Although the final consolidated numbers will be higher than this, low overnight ratings by themselves suggest even the final consolidated numbers won't be anything to write home about. Now let's take a look at the previous Doctor Who Christmas special. Now this is according to Wikipedia from 2023's Church on Ruby Road episode. That had an overnight rating of 4.73 million viewers. So this is another decline in ratings. Christmas specials are usually among the highest rated episodes of a season in Doctor Who. So this just further compounds the problem of falling ratings for the show. As you know,
what really strikes me about this imagery, the new Doctor Who? It just all seems so saccharine. It seems like marketing to me. It doesn't actually seem like a show, like a narrative. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't draw me into the world. It just makes me think of, this looks like a fucking Starbucks ad is what this looks like. I'm expecting to see like something about the price of a new pumpkin spice latte or something here. That's really what I get from like the new Doctor Who.
I've previously discussed how Doctor Who has been in decline in terms of just a ratings freefall for several seasons now, beginning with the Capaldi era, worsening throughout the Whittaker era, and of course culminating with the lowest ratings in the franchise entire history with the latest Gatwa era. In fact, Gatwa's first season broke records multiple times for the lowest rated episodes in the entire franchise history. So this Christmas special is another precedent being set. Now, I've also talked about how it's not confirmed yet if there's going to be a third season with Gatwa as the Doctor. The second season is coming. That's already made. That's going to air next year. But the series has got to be a loss leader, given how expensive the show is to produce. So Disney pumped in a lot of money, and the budget is quite significant. But I don't think they're going to continue this partnership with the BBC for very long, given these low numbers. The return on investment, given the amount of money being spent, it can't be there. It just can't be there. And audiences and long-time fans have turned off in their droves over the years. The series is done, and I don't think that it's recoverable. So, and the series lost a lot of fans after the Doctor's backstory, his lore, was just wrecked. It was wrecked in that Whittaker episode, The Timeless Child. even the return of Russell T Davies and the novelty of having David Tennant coming back for some specials, the 60th anniversary specials, even that wasn't enough to restore much interest in the show. A huge amount of long-time fans have been turned off, and I cannot see what could possibly restore the series to its former glory. It probably needs a very long hiatus, more than 10 years. But even with a long hiatus, that's not going to repair the damage that's been done to the legacy of the franchise and to the character.
I just don't subscribe to this theory. Gary at Nerdrotic has this theory as well about Star Wars. It just needs, shelf it, vault it for 10 years, reboot it. It's not that can't work, but I get the feeling that it would be more useful to simply have a really good Doctor Who season, a really good Doctor Who, while it still has any life in the public consciousness. I know, Star Fury. Why? I know. It's so sad. Morbius saying R.I.P. Doctor Who. Men are allowed to cry, but only at the end of Gladiator. I felt like crying at the end of Gladiator Folie à Deux, but for different reasons.
There's too much water under the bridge now at this point. But I think we're already in an era now where it is time to let go of these big franchises that have been around for so long.
This I definitely agree with. I've made my peace with Star Trek. Star Trek's gone. I mean, that's 10 years old for me. I've kind of made my peace with Star Trek a long time ago. But that's how I feel. It's like, I'm about to finish Star Wars Machete Order with my cousin. We finished Revenge of the Sith. It was freaking awesome. Just awesome. I watched it twice because the first time I watched it, he was supposed to be watching it and he didn't. I found out about it. He said, let's just skip to Return of the Jedi. I said, hell no. We have to see Anakin fall before we watch Return of the Jedi. So I literally watched it twice, back-to-back nights, and freaking loved it both times. It's just such a great movie. But that being said, everything after Return of the Jedi, Return of the Jedi is the end of the story for me. And then you have like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and you have the Thanos snap and Endgame. Well, that's the end of the story for me. I'm okay with that. Things end. It's the nature of our existence. But the key to that is things end so that new things can begin.
They've all, to one degree or another, succumbed to wokeness, Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars, and so forth. They've had their best days, and I don't really see anything that can restore them to what they once were when they were at their best. You know what? That's fine. We will be the change that we want to see. So tell your own original stories, write your own books, make your own indie video games, make your own indie web series and films. Contribute to culture in your own way. We've seen the emergence of alt media social networks, including ones that do video, for example. So why not one day could we possibly see the emergence of an indie media streaming service filled with original content created by indie filmmakers?
Called Swords and Starships? I mean, that's a pretty damn good idea if you ask me. Someday, but for now we have our work cut out for us. Hat tip Dave Cullen. All right, chat, we're going to close it out. We're going to close it out with Nerdrotic. And then I got to go because my voice is shot. Absolutely shot. I sound like a hard drinking, hard living, chain smoking, 90-year-old biker chick.
Americans are great.
What do you have, son? All right, here we go.
Uninformed about reality, what's really going on.
I hate you for voting for him, for not having intelligence. Americans who don't travel, who 80% don't have a passport, who are uneducated.
Oh my God, these people are like absolute caricatures of themselves. It's so amazing to encounter in the wild people that are literally so arrogant and so conceited and so lacking in self-awareness that they're like movie villain characters that stepped into real life. It's unbelievable to me.
Are in their extraordinary naivete.
In the grander scheme of things, who cares if I lose a part in the movie because I hate the orange atrocity?
The orange atrocity. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Hail the orange atrocity, long may he reign. And he will. You know. There was a time when talk of an Orange Man run in 2028, I would have just absolutely lost my shit over that and been like, no, never, ever, ever. That was before they crossed the Rubicon with Mar-a-Lago. That was before they raided Mar-a-Lago. After that point, I'm like, you know what? 2028, Trump number 3. I'm not saying yes, but I ain't saying no.
We f***ed up.
Nerdrotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million awakening wonders and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. What a difference a day makes. On one particular November 5th in 2024, Hollywood and the greater entertainment industry did not have an awakening. What they did have was a realization that they can no longer lie to themselves or to you anymore. For 8 years now, woke Hollywood has seen themselves as the pop culture resistance. Not really sure how you rationalize raging for the machine as a resistance, but they found a way. Far be it from me to point out that Hollywood's based in California, and they have been in lockstep with damn near every corporation, which includes...
what's that stuff yet, eh? Gentle stuff yet, eh? Says, feel better. Honey and whiskey will help the throat. Thanks, Stuff Fury. I appreciate that. No joke, the Captain's destroyed vocals sound just like my friend when we came back from making the Kinzua Bridge video. Star Fury says, it isn't over. They will simply change tack. So I have come to the conclusion alternate media is the only way to go. No, I agree with you, Star Fury. My voice, though, it's like literally just understand, chat. Understand, my dear sailors and star nuts. I suffer for you. I suffer for you. I mean, I do, but I just, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. It's part of the professional mindset. You show up short of the outbreak of World War III. You got to show up. Redoubt says, honestly, that sounds good. And I have both ingredients near. Oh, honey and whiskey. Ah, yes, indeed.
Every power structure involved.
You're too young to drink Redoubt. Come on now. Are you old enough for whiskey? I don't know.
With entertainment and information, which has been in lockstep with the state. I mean, your guy has been in office the last 4 years. Hollywood literally had everything they wanted, and now they're left wondering what the hell happened. Since that long overdue crash of the woke market on that fateful November 5th, I expected some things to change with the obvious cultural shift, but now I'm starting to get whiplash. From Jeff Bezos wanting the Washington Post to be more balanced now, or Mark Zuckerberg and his apologies, or the LA Times wanting to be more balanced. I mean, what the hell's going on? Slow down. I can only take so many victory laps. We all know that's not true. So let's take another.
Now, stop the tape. Stop the tape, Mr. Producer. We have a $2 super chat from Morbius of Al Terrafor. Saying, thank you, Captain. Well, thank you, Morbius. Much appreciated. Very much appreciated. $2 toward the cause. We will carry the day. We will carry the day. Just you wait.
Here are some fun headlines just from the last week and a half. Former Bond girl Gemma Arterton says female 007 would be too outrageous. Sometimes you just have to respect the tradition and obvious.
I wholeheartedly, 100% absolutely agree. I do not ever ever want a female Bond. You want to know why? Number one, the character is male. That's number one. James Bond is male. And that's pretty much the end of the story. But, just as a bonus, I'll throw in the second reason, which is this never goes the other way. What did I say about Alien Romulus? We will never, ever, ever have a male protagonist in an alien movie. Ever. You know I'm right. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. So it only goes in one direction. It only ever goes in one direction. Redoubt Production says, the fact that I went to see a movie in theaters just once all year and have no desire to return states, at least for me, the paradigm shift cannot be reversed easily. Star Fury, you're so cute. I want my female Pakistani Bond. I'm actually fine with a Pakistani male Bond, but not a female one. It's got to be male. I actually think it would make sense to do like Idris Elba's Bond, for example, or some of the other ideas that Chiwetel Ejiofor. He's getting too old though, actually. But there was a time when Chiwetel Ejiofor could have been a great Bond. So I actually don't have an issue with that. That being said, I mean, the most important thing for Bond is he must be definitively English. He must represent English culture. That's very important to the character. But also his maleness is essential to the character. That's part of who he is. Redoubt says, you need a clip of Chris Jericho saying never, ever. Chris Jericho. Who's that? You got to help me out with that one.
Obvious common sense statement that shouldn't be controversial at all, although it would have been considered a hate crime 2 years ago on Jack Dorsey's Twitter, and it might still be in the UK right now. Or from The Telegraph, Hollywood's great unwokening has been unleashed. Or from Deadline, Disney pulls transgender storyline from Win or Lose Pixar series. What?
But wait! There's more!
And believe me, we'll...
I basically agree with this, Morbius of Altair. James Bond is male, straight, and toxically masculine. Agreed. I definitely agree. Wrestler, says Staffy. I'm not sure to which you refer.
Get to that. And I can hear you asking, what could be crazier than Disney pulling a transgender story out of a kid's show? How about the New York Times calling out woke Hollywood? That's right. The New York Times is calling out woke Hollywood, and they use some talking points that you may find familiar. Is the awkward diversity era of Hollywood behind us? No, I'm not tired of winning. Hollywood has its eras, often apparent only in retrospect. Well, maybe for you and your lot in the corporate legacy media, but for a vast majority of the general audience, no, we noticed a long time ago. There I go. I'm not even one sentence in, and I want to enjoy this, so let's hear them out. Think back several years. Do you remember packed theaters giving Black Power salutes at screenings of Black Panther? No, I remember Wakanda Forever salutes. Do you remember when an all-female version of the Ghostbusters was treated as pioneering development? Do you remember when the writer of a Star Wars film named Gary Whitta described the Empire as a white supremacist human organization?
Oh my God, this is such a sacrilege. All of this garbage in this article.
After Donald Trump's 2016 election, has enough time now passed to say that this was all a bit strange? Strange is...
Yes, very much agreed. And then Star Fury saying Chris Jericho is a wrestler. I know nothing about the wrestling world because I never followed it as a kid. So yeah, I won't get any wrestling references except maybe Hulk Hogan, maybe.
Isn't the word I'd use. Maybe deliberate? No, doesn't describe enough. Maybe counterintuitive? We're getting a little closer. Divisive? Yes. Subversive? Sure. Oh, I got it. Retarded. Looking back, you can see a period when identitarian politics were in cultural ascendancy. No, you only thought they were. And then the article lists the myriad of problems that led up to this disastrous era, which has thankfully ended, including but not limited to Harvey Weinstein and Me Too, Oscars So White, The Summer of Love. What it fails to mention is how much Hollywood rooted on the Summer of Love, or rooted on authoritarianism, or the real pandemic, incurable TDS. Hollywood vowed to change their ways and atone for the past, but what was particular to this Hollywood of the 2010s was the way that these politics fused with the industry's insatiable demand for sequels, spin-offs, and reboots, giving us a curious and mercenary new invention, the inclusive multi-million-dollar blockbuster, or the BIPOC buster, if you will. It's the same old thing, but with a bold and visionary new twist. Fewer white guys. Oh good, the New York Times has now determined that it's completely safe to say an obvious statement like, diversity just means less white. Now the article tries to argue that...
You know, it literally does. It literally does. It literally just means eliminate the white characters. That's basically what it means. Eliminate the straight characters, the white characters, the male characters. That's why you'll never get a male Ripley, nor should there be. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying I want a male Ripley. I'm saying, and when I say male Ripley, I mean just like, you know, the character that has to fight the aliens can never be a dude. It just can never be a dude. So diversity doesn't mean diversity. It means less dudes. More women being James Bond.
That this era, which is almost a decade long, is akin to a genre or a subgenre like action movies in the 80s or the Western. So does the New York Times consider propaganda a genre now? But the article does make a very good point. When you use current year messaging in, for example, Star Wars or Star Trek, you're taking something that's been around for decades, that was timeless, and dating it. Is that what watching Barbie might feel like in 10 years? Yes. The patriarchy feels like a clearly of-the-moment choice for a big bad. The tropes of the passing era are as familiar and as easily spotted as with older periods. There is, for one thing, the showy, self-satisfied gender swapping, as with the 2016 election year reboot of the Ghostbusters.
What did you say?
I know this is crazy, right? But before you think the New York Times has found common sense, they remembered the New York Times. The movie prompted enough openly misogynistic and racist backlash to make it look like as if it was a noble endeavor. As if Hollywood executives who got reactionaries frothing at the mouth must be accomplishing something important, even if all they did was tweak the balance of characters in a dusty franchise. Well, that's undeniable now, but an argument could be made is Ghostbusters 2016 made it a dusty franchise. Then the article states Hollywood was right. The audiences were hungry for different stories. No, they're hungry for good ones, which, to be fair, in this current era when we occasionally get one that is different. Then there are the paper-thin diverse characters parachuted into major films, put front and center on every poster. I mean, except for shrinking Finn on the Force Awakens poster for China and covering up Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster for China. Or turning Halle Bailey blue on the Little Mermaid poster for China. But, as the New York Times points out, these diverse actors are given curiously little to do as the plot unfolds. Brie Larson's Captain Marvel was set up as the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Universe, but ended up playing no decisive role in its most important films. And that was the last moment of clarity Disney Marvel had for a few years. While Captain Marvel's appearance in Endgame didn't affect the bottom line, it was certainly a precursor of things to come. And the rest was herstory. Captain Marvel was later joined by a black woman and a Muslim woman in the sequel The Marvels, in another series of firsts, but still a throwaway film. I wouldn't call a movie with an estimated budget of between $270 million and $378.5 million throwaway.
Black girl magic!
But I guess it's good that the New York Times and their ilk in the corporate dinosaur legacy media are starting to realize that Hollywood doesn't really care about your identity. They're just there to exploit it. Because it turns out there wasn't just a mandate on casting diverse actors. They also cast directors, producers, and writers. So is the corporate dinosaur legacy media having an awakening about this? Or are they full of shit? More on that later. Other films tried to correct the past, judging their original white male protagonists far more harshly than anyone in the audience did. At this point, I have to remind you once again that this is the New York Times, and they're absolutely right. And there are dozens of examples, including The Last Jedi, Indiana Jones, Star Trek, Doctor Who, but I like the one they bring up, James Bond. In the final James Bond film from Daniel Craig.
Folks, just pausing here to note, the New York Times is admitting what people have been censored for years for even saying. They are admitting the truth. The tide has truly turned. This is our culture war to win. It's ours to win. And it can be won. Hold the line.
Craig, No Time to Die. Bond has been replaced as Agent 007 by a black woman, played by Lasagna Lynch. Can you remember her name or her drink of choice? No, I can barely remember her face. He obsesses over girlfriends, dead and alive. He is unable to seduce. A much younger Ana de Armas laughs off the thought. By the end, you're just happy that this poor man, now totally out of time, has been put out of his misery. I think this is a good time to point out that if any of these talking points sound like they came from, for example, The Critical Drinker or Chris Gore at Film Thread, or hell, even yours truly, it's because they did. It seems that the New York Times is willing to admit that trying to appease the gods of modernity is the easiest way to date your film or TV show. The old Bond films are distinctly of their era, but they feel timeless. Why? Because they're fun. What's surprising is how quickly No Time to Die and James Bond, in its desperation to be modern, has become to feel dated. Listen, I'm not the kind of guy who says, I told you so, but cue Razor Fist.
Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right!
Now the
Yeah, I like that better, Morbius, of Altair 4 saying, screw holding the line, press the attack. I agree. That's better.
The New York Times wants to go back to the whole woke era of Hollywood being some crazy genre. Hollywood is no less dependent than before on its original lore. It's aliens and Star Wars and Missions Impossible, recycled over and over again to keep us entertained. This industry tried to update these formulas with new faces, but many of its efforts felt dutiful, insincere, too earnest, and self-satisfied. And I've got nothing snarky to say. I completely agree with that. Say what you want about the flaws of Schwarzenegger's or Sergio Leone's oeuvres. Like what? They're masterpieces? Listen, despite Schwarzenegger saying screw your freedom, and screw him, by the way, don't you dare compare 80s action films and Sergio Leone's westerns to fucking woke Hollywood. Anyway, back to the New York Times. Despite making a very bad analogy, they are leading to a good point. But they have survived changing times because they are fun. Something the PC blockbuster rarely had going for it. Again, does any of this sound familiar? It's conceivable that the close of this era will involve Hollywood's backsliding away from any inclusion in films. That Shang-Chi was the last Asian hero, by the way, Simu Liu is not a movie star, and that we will return to Tom Cruise flying in to save the day.
Think of how stunningly stupid that statement is. They're literally saying the only reason there was an Asian hero is because they felt forced to put an Asian hero in something. So now that they no longer feel forced to put an Asian hero in something, there won't be any more Asian heroes. How absolutely asinine is that? Like, have they ever heard of the film Hero with Jet Li or Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or, you know, then fucking write them. Like, what's wrong with these people? Stop shoehorning diversity into your entertainment and actually look for diversity. Go find talents like Takashi Yamazaki and give them real projects to sink their teeth in, not some dumb Marvel boondoggle. Give them something real that's their vision. And you'll have plenty of Asian heroes and every other type of hero. The problem is not that there's no diversity. The problem is that Hollywood is an elitist, ossified clique. And they're scumbags. And nothing they do is for the reasons they state. Everything they do is for cynical, grasping, greedy reasons, just as all their woke virtue signaling was. They're fools. And a lot of them are incompetent boobs.
First off, it's not too late to recast Simu Liu, who is 1,000 times worse than Brie Larson. And second, this brings us to the takeaway line from this entire article, a rare moment of authenticity from the New York Times. At least we no longer have to pretend to like something because it has the right politics, or because the people most vocally against it are Nazis. New York Times and everybody else in the dinosaur legacy media, thank you for your honesty, I guess, but you can't call this an awakening when you just admitted you've been full of shit the entire time. And by the way, we all knew it. Man, they're having a tough time, and I'm here for it, and it doesn't end there. From The Telegraph, Hollywood's great unwokening has been unleashed.
We're in a different era. Get over it. Whoa!
The last time the U.S. elected a certain Ron Sealed, what the hell's that? Is that some sort of British thing? The last time the U.S. elected Donald Trump, Hollywood overtly sided against him, styling itself as the pop culture wing of the resistance. I think it would be prudent to point out that there are still people to this very day who claim this didn't happen. A fat lot of good it did. Popular studio franchises grew shrill and hectoring, and the publicity tours to promote them even more so, giving the populace an easily mockable enemy against which to rally. Yes, it was low-hanging fruit and it was delicious. As for audiences in Europe and elsewhere, we found ourselves caught in the middle of a national domestic in which ideological point scoring took precedence no matter how witless or cheap. And here's the best bit. Loath as I am to give the W word an airing, there's no avoiding it. 2024 was the year in which Hollywood began to move to its post-woke era. Have you had enough winning yet? No?
Folks, I think that deserves a round of applause. A captain's salute to the death of wokeness. It was always going to happen. And we're going to help shuffle whatever is left of the woke movement off this mortal coil. The ideology, of course, is what I refer to.
Let's continue. From Vanity Fair, Hollywood's DEI programs have begun to die. How hard did the industry really try? I knew not to expect much, says one TV creator, but it's still pretty disheartening when even the facade totally falls away. Not to everyone. And that's where the goalposts are moving, by the way, that Hollywood didn't try hard enough, which is utter horseshit. But here's the good bit. I've heard people in Hollywood are very cautious about potential lawsuits that could arise from perceived quota systems. There are even some concerns about people's titles having equity in them.
I hope that there is such a slate of lawsuits. Sue these motherfuckers. Sue them! They need to pay a price for this insanity, this racist insanity that they indulged in. I'm all for it.
And I think you should be concerned because it turns out you can't fight discrimination with discrimination. But I've saved the best for last from the Hollywood Reporter. Disney pulls transgender storyline from Pixar's Win or Lose.
Give me that squirrel. That's what that is right there. Now that it no longer serves Disney's interests, they're pulling the transgender storyline. Let me just share something with our woke friends out there. Kevin is probably still out there somewhere. Probably not. Disney doesn't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about diversity. They don't give a shit about human rights. They don't give a shit about any of that. And they, least of all, do they give a shit about you, the customer. They are a scumbag corporation, and they will immediately throw overboard anything and anyone that doesn't serve them. They never gave a shit about transgenders, ever. They just thought that pushing that crap, and it is crap, they thought that would serve them. They thought that would fatten their bottom line. And now that they've learned different, give me that squirrel. There it is. Now, can we be in your good graces again? That's the real Disney. They're showing you who they really are.
Streaming series exclusive. What is happening? A spokesperson for Disney confirmed that the story arc was removed and provided the following statement to the Hollywood Reporter. When it comes to animated content for a younger audience, we recognize that many parents would prefer to discuss certain subjects with their children on their own terms and time.
And it only took them 5 years of flopbuster after failure after public embarrassment for them to finally admit that. Congratulations, Disney. Folks, we have inflicted such massive defeats on these companies by voting with our wallets. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat. And now, finally, we are starting to reap the literal rewards of this. We got them on the back foot, folks. They're on the ropes. Now they're heading on they're going to the mat.
line. A very common sense and obvious statement from Disney that they should have probably run with a few years ago. Let me follow this up with an obvious statement of my own. What the hell was that storyline doing in a kid's show in the first place? And there's one more from the Hollywood Reporter again, Hollywood's biggest winners and losers of 2024. And we're just going to focus on one loser, Disney Star Wars. Another Star Wars film pushed, another Star Wars trilogy announced. Does anybody think these announcements are real and not a money laundering scheme? Another Star Wars series that flopped. This one won.
Yes, I would agree, Star Fury. We're still in for another 2 to 3 years of shit. Well, honestly, probably more than that. There's always going to be dumb people in Hollywood. Don't get me wrong. However, the difference is they're not going to get away with it anymore. They will pay a price that is cost prohibitive, and that's the difference. See, they weren't paying enough of a price in the early days of this because they were too stupid to recognize that these failures were not anomalies. They were not because of COVID. You know, they had all these excuses in the early days of this. Now they have no excuses. They literally cannot survive if they continue on this course.
$180 million. No, actually, the budget for The Acolyte was $230 million, and it generated massive controversy and fan division, some of which was super toxic, but also, how many times could Disney blame its audience for not liking what it makes? Apologies for all the reminders, but I do think it's necessary to point out that this is The Hollywood Reporter. The franchise's new kid show, Skeleton Crew, is getting good reviews for the first 2 episodes, so at least that's something. Too bad nobody's watching it. Part of the blowback against Lucasfilm boss Kathleen Kennedy is just people being jealous. Who doesn't want to be able to have projects repeatedly stumble and still keep one of Hollywood's top jobs? The rest of us can only dream of failing so successfully. Holy shit.
Dude, that was one of the most artful turns of a sentence I've ever read. That was brilliant.
I think Steve Bannon has infiltrated The Hollywood Reporter. Shots fired at Kathleen Kennedy. Hey, in her defense, you really have to try to fail this much. But to be fair, I can't put it all on the old girl because there is one other person out there trying to steal her crown of destruction. No, it's not Jar Jar Abrams. No, it's not Rianne Johnson. It's Mark Hamill, who seems to be having a really tough time right now.
I do feel it's an obligation. And who cares about your career? People say, oh, well, it's hurting your career because you have to appeal to the whole country, not just half the country or 45% or whatever the MAGA crowd is. In the grander scheme of things, who cares if I lose a part in a movie because I hate the orange atrocity?
Ultimately, I think former head of Amazon Prime, Roy Price, sums it up perfectly. Woke is the new disco, and nowhere is this cultural shift more evident than in the parallel decline of Hollywood and the collapse of Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. Both share a fatal flaw, an insistence on catering to an ideological bubble while alienating vast swaths of the potential audience. For Hollywood, this miscalculation carries existential implications. It's time to move on. We've definitely reached a saturation point, so the question has to be asked, is Hollywood willing to move on from woke Hollywood? Unlikely, but they better because the audience already has. Now you're going to see a lot of people in the entertainment industry try to metaphorically delete their history and state they were never down with this woke stuff or cancel culture or demonizing half the country, and you're not going to get away with it that easy. Hollywood, you get what you fucking deserve, and it was well earned. Maybe in the distant future there'll be time for grace.
But it is not this day! This day we
Yes!
fight! Nerdrotic.
Beautiful hat tip, Nerdrotic. Oh, it's a beautiful day. And always remember, chat.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
We shall never surrender, and we certainly haven't. Morbius of Altair 4 says, I have sympathy for transgenders, as do I. They are human beings, I agree. But they could have gotten their point across without destroying everything I ever loved or cared about. True. What I would say is, of course, they're human beings, and they have all the rights and liberties that all human beings are born with, endowed by their creator, created equal. And of course, I agree with that. And of course, I believe they deserve human dignity. And what I perceive is people that are in deep crisis about reality and about their own identity. And I understand how difficult that can be. And I have great sympathy for people that are going through that. And I think it's a very sad thing. But what I think is sadder is that a delusional and, frankly, psychopathic ideology, that would be trans ideology, has convinced them that they can fix this problem by doing something that is actually not possible and is not really going to fix the problem. So they're entitled to live their life their way. They're entitled to their beliefs, however incorrect they may be. But the issue is they've attempted to force their beliefs on everyone else. They have attempted to use force, coercion, and intimidation, and the full weight of the law, and there's plenty of places where they're still using it, to force human beings to change their words, their deeds, and their very thoughts. They have tried to brainwash an entire civilization into believing a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man, and that there is no biological restrictions on this. It's not true. It's not reality. And it is evil to attempt to enslave your fellow humans in that belief. And for that, I have no sympathy. So that's the problem. They attempted to enslave my mind. They attempted to enslave yours. And quite frankly, I think some of them have been enslaved. They've been brainwashed, many of them in their youth, because of wacko parents that believed in all this bullshit. And now they're missing parts of themselves, and there's no way to get them back. That is an evil, wicked, sick ideology that must be opposed. It must be. And there was a time when I would never have said anything remotely like this, but that is because this movement weaponizes the good parts of us that have sympathy and empathy for people, and it uses that against us to try and force us to bend the knee to something we just don't believe. People have the right to dissent, and that goes for wrong beliefs. People have the right to believe whatever they want. People must have the right to their own thoughts. They must. That's why free speech is so important. So we seek the defeat of this ideology and any other woke-related ideologies. We seek the defeat of them in the marketplace of ideas and in the battleground of democracy. That's where we seek their defeat. So even though they use the weapons of tyranny against us, we will not use those weapons of tyranny against them, but we will secure the defeat of this ideology in the marketplace of ideas one way or the other. So yes, my heart goes out to anyone that has either been brainwashed into this lunacy or anyone that is going through an existential crisis about what their gender identity is. Of course, I have great sympathy for them, and I hope deeply that they're able to find a way to live their life in such a fashion that they are happy and loved and fulfilled and healthy, both in body, mind, and spirit. And I don't agree that lopping off body parts and taking hormones and shit like that, and then demanding that the Starbucks barista call you ma'am when you have a fucking beard, I don't believe that's a healthy way to resolve it. And frankly, I see some of these people and I think they're in pain and they're going through something terrible. And, you know, so yeah, they have my sympathies, but I will not accept this ideology, and I will do anything in my power, as long as I breathe, to prevent this ideology from becoming the rule of the day. And I'll never apologize for that. Ever. There are two genders, male and female. They are biologically coded in our DNA at conception. They cannot be altered except through scientific butchery, which is still in the realm of science fiction. Whatever Frankenstein crap is going on currently does not have the capacity to change anyone's sex. It just doesn't. And the fact that me saying that is a giant act of political defiance is a frightening idea, quite frankly. It just goes to show that, like, we are in a culture war, and we damn well better win it. And we are. We are winning it, and we march on. Morbius of Altair 4, we shall never surrender. Star Fury says, when the trans community decided to mandate how people think and speak, they lost all grace from everyone. They destroyed every shred of goodwill they ever had. And that goes for the gay and lesbian movement as well. They started out with, hey, just please don't chain us up to a car and drag us to death. Hey, please, maybe, you know, when we're in public, don't throw things at us. And that then became, you have to watch gay and lesbian people marching in the streets half naked with pup masks in front of 4-year-olds and like it. No. That destroyed the entire argument, any argument that was ever made. So, as Obi-Wan told Anakin when he said, you've turned Padme against me, it's like, well, you have done that yourself. And that's exactly what the woke movement did. The woke movement turned all of society against it. If it wasn't so damn evil, it would have been much harder to defeat it. Tolkien knew evil has within it the seeds of its own destruction. In fact, I literally witnessed this phenomenon recently, like within the last week. I saw an evil person completely undo herself and get what was coming. So, in any case, and I feel bad that people have to F around and find out. And it's very disappointing. So, but in any case, that's going to be our stream for tonight. Mr. Producer, if you would. My voice is just gone. But hey, we had a barn burner, didn't we? Kind of ended on a dark note. I don't like that. I don't like that. We'll see if we can't come back stronger next week. And I might be ready for the top 10 best and worst shows and movies of the year. I don't know. We'll have to see. Always good hanging out with you, my dear chat. And for my part, everyone's welcome in this audience, but we do debate vigorously, so be prepared for that. Well, I am Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starship channel. Mr. Producer, I need my background. There it is. Okay, good. We got it. You got it. And until next time, I will see you out there.